Cool.
Yeah, I thought I'd start the meeting and let people in, but then it automatically recorded, so don't say anything right before you regret later.
Oh, I love
Until morale improves. No. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, no, I meant yours. Oh, well, no, you don't.
That's really. I'll just. There you go. Yeah, so somewhere.
Okay, if people are ready, I think we've got everyone here, so we might start. Welcome to those who are on Zoom as well. My name's Christy, and I am one of the lecturers here at Wollaston Theological College. So I'm afraid you're stuck with me this morning. So sorry about that. So I can see people have printed out the readings. Other people hopefully have laptops. Were you all able to look at the readings at all beforehand? It's not a deal breaker if you want it. Yeah, good, excellent. So what I did was try and give you some insight into the method of doing theology and how theology is done. So this morning I'm going to be taking the class. This afternoon, I've got one of my classes that I lecture, so I am abandoning you for them, I'm afraid. And I'll be heading to that class, and Mark Jennings will be coming, and he's the coordinator of the program, and he will be doing this afternoon's session. So the good news is, like anything, if you don't like the teacher, you've got two teachers to choose from. And so you'll have a fun half day. Anyway, whichever half it is, you don't have to tell me later. So that's good. We are going to have a break at 10:30 for morning tea, because food and coffee are good things. I know all of those of us in education mostly live on coffee, or at least in higher ed, we live on coffee, and sometimes things that we shouldn't talk about. So, I change slides. Yes. I just want to acknowledge that we are meeting on the grounds of the Whadjuk Noongar people here, and it's really incredible to be able to meet in this place so close to Bowles Park and the lands that are looking more like a lot of the land was when white people first came here, and to enjoy that. So I pay my respects to the elders, past, present and emerging, and just acknowledge that these lands are lands that were never ceded, lands that are still kind of open claim in some ways, where people have been displaced. So we work towards reconciliation between first and second peoples as we work together in this land. This is me and my puppy. My puppy is super cute. Does anyone else have a dog or a puppy? Yes? Okay. This is me and my puppy Dodge. He's 8 months old. That's the most important thing. The other thing about me, I'm the Deputy Warden and Lecturer in Systematic Theology here at Wollaston Theological College. Wollaston's part of the University of Divinity, which is actually Australia's only specialist university. So it's a university that specialises in divinity and all the fields that we consider associated with that. So it's accredited to teach in divinity and associated fields. So there's also counselling, education, things like that, that are considered associated fields. And whenever they decide they want to add another field, they just work out how it's associated and tell the government. So that works well for them. I'm also the academic dean. So I do lots and lots of academic administration and timetabling and all of those fun things that I'm sure a number of you are involved in as well. I'm also an Anglican priest. So I'm a priest in the diocese here. I was ordained in Melbourne. So most of my family is in Melbourne. And I was ordained when I lived there. I then spent 6 years in Adelaide teaching with the Adelaide College of Divinity, which is also associated or was associated with Flinders University. So I'd go and teach summer school classes at the university, which was always fun. You've got half the students who are really bright, really want to get in there. They're doing extra classes in summer so that they can get better marks by spreading their load. And then you've got the ones who are doing a summer school class because they've not done well in everything. And so you've got this really strange bell curve of marking that is not at all a bell curve. It's sort of upside down. But it's fun. So I have spent most of my life, as you can see, studying various things at different places, and now I'm excited to be stuck in the university system, teaching with universities. So I started university when I finished school, and I've just never really left, really, is the key to that. If you want to contact me for anything involving this unit, you're welcome to. That's my email address. And you should be able to send me a message through the Moodle page if that's better as well. So either of those will get to me. Well, now you know a little bit about me. I'd like to know a little bit about all of you sitting in the room, and those of you on Zoom as well, but we might leave you guys. We'll do the people in the room, and then we'll hear from the people on Zoom if you're happy to let us know who you are. So just answering some of those questions. What's your name? What school are you from? I've only lived in Perth for the last 8 months. So when people say I'm from this suburb, I'm still trying to work out where that is. So if I look confused, I apologise. That's just why. It's my geography, trying to work it all out. So what school are you from? What's your role? Have you done any theology or stuff like this before? And what made you decide to do the certificate? So would you be happy to start us off?
Yeah, sure. So my name is Tracy Rogers. I'm from John Wollaston Anglican School out in Kelmscott, which is in the southeast at Foothills. Beautiful, beautiful location. I'm the head of primary there, and have never done any theology before. And I'm doing the certificate because it's something that's on offer and really kind of a requirement for being an Anglican leader in our system. So it's been a long time coming. I've been in the role for a while now, so it's nice to be
It's great to have you here, Tracy.
Sorry.
It's good to have you here.
Oh, thank you.
I'm Georgia. I work at John Septimus Road in Mirrabooka. I've had a variety of leadership roles in the school and transitioned into a new role this year. So instead of being associate principal for our campus, I'm now associate principal for early childhood, which is really exciting for me because it means I get to spend more time doing the things that I love. I haven't done a theology course before, lots of other study, but not this one. And similar to Tracy, I'm doing it because it's part of my leadership role. And I think eventually we want to be looking at our religious studies curriculum.
Yeah, great. Excellent.
Hello, I'm Christina Wallace. I'm from John Septimus Road in School as well in Mirrabooka. I'm the associate principal for senior school. I've been at this school for quite a long time and have had various roles as well. I've never done theology before, and I am way outside my comfort zone in terms of my knowledge. It's just not there. And I have always wondered about doing this course, but we pretty much got told we should do this course. So that's why I'm here.
Yep.
Hey, I'm JD Humston. I'm from St James Anglican in Alkmos, so or South Geraldton.
Thank you.
But view of the ocean, probably to the hills, but love the view. And yeah, I've done 2 night courses at Trinity in like introduction to Christian overview, things like that. And yeah, similar to the other people, like looking for leadership opportunities at school, looking at cave curriculum. So I might be teaching high school cave next year. And so good to upskill and come across Anglican identity. Yes, that was
cool.
Hi everyone, I'm Jeremy. I'm from Georgiana Malloy down in Buston. It's been nice to get up and get a bit of so my role is head of Year 10 and I'm also senior chemistry. I've done the equivalent Catholic course after 15 years in Catholic education. So after 3 years at GMAS, it's nice to now get a Anglican context and have a look at that through leadership. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Steve Trelaw, head of senior school, also at GMAS. I thought you looked familiar.
Yeah.
Small. Head of senior school and also teach psychology. So Bustleton is North Margaret River.
Okay.
So the
Yes, I know.
Consider Margaret River.
It came from Bustleton, actually.
Oh, there you're in. And yeah, just looking to expand my horizons a bit. I was in Catholic Ed for about 15 years and never sort of tackled anything along these lines. So yeah, it'd be good, get a bit of background.
That's great.
Hello, I'm Laura. So I work at Peter Moyes Anglican Community School in Mindarie. I'm head of Year 8 and also teach English. I've done a couple of units through Catholic Ed as well. But after COVID and not really doing much PD and it all being on Zoom, it was actually nice to take the opportunity to come and do this. So good fortune. So.
I'm Jo, I'm IT manager at Peter Moyes. I just wanted to build my knowledge. I haven't done a course at all in theology, so yeah, I'm excited to do this. And that's nothing.
I'm Kate. I'm Deputy Director at ASC International, smack bang in the city. So I look after the language school and all the EALD programs. So most of you have chatted to me in some capacity. I did 12 years in Catholic Ed, so did my accreditation to teach. Not being Catholic, you weren't allowed to do anything else. And again, we were advised to do this. I'm just going to give you a caveat. I died from COVID about 6 weeks ago, and I'm injured and I might need to stand up because I have back seizures happening and issues.
It's
So
very nasty. Please do that.
apologies for
Yeah.
standing and not being rude. Sometimes I just have to stand.
No worries.
Thank you.
I'm Tanya. I'm from John Septimus Row as well. Been for 15 years, a director of teaching and learning from year 2 to year 6. That's new this year. I was K to 6. It's been nice to push down a little bit. I had done a Catholic unit before when I was going through university, but I think that was summer school and that was so I could get through uni a bit quicker. And I argued a lot. I have personally done a little bit of theology reading myself just to keep myself up to date with family members that are in different religions. And yes, probably it's been a leadership role, and when an email sent out, I yes, straight away. No, let's do it. So, but yeah, it's
great.
And next I'm also from John Septimus Row. I am a primary teacher. I haven't done Anglican theology, but I've done a little bit of we need to do accreditation for the Catholic school systems. And the opportunity came up to come from
Great. Excellent. Well, it's good to have you. Marnie, would you like to share with us?
Oh, hi, I'm Marnie. This is Arthur. He was asleep like 2 minutes ago, but not anymore, unfortunately. I'm from Trinity, which is in Albury, New South Wales, and I'm a rave teacher there. I've done a senior school rave teacher, that is. I've done a bit of theology, but not any like official study or anything like that, which is why I was interested in doing the Wollaston certificate. So, yeah.
Great. It's good to have you and Arthur with us. Thank you. Samuel.
G'day, I'm Sam. I'm also from Trinity Anglican College in Albury, and I'm also a rave teacher, same as Marnie, in the senior school. I haven't done any theology before, but yeah, I thought it'd be a good opportunity to do a bit more learning. Yeah.
Great. That's good to have you with us, Sam. Heather, I can see something's going on there. Yeah. Oh, you're still on mute, Heather. You're still on mute, Heather. We can't hear you.
Brand new computer, so just okay. So I'm actually from GMAS. Hi, Jeremy and Steve. I'm on. Am I still on mute?
No, you're good.
And I've wanted to do this for a long time, but unfortunately, being full time, it just doesn't always happen. So yeah, it's I'm actually the head of department of HAS normally, But at the moment, I'm sitting on my couch.
Couches are always nice to sit on. It's one of the things I enjoyed about COVID. There weren't that many things, but sitting on the couch to work was one of them. Excellent. Well, thank you. It's good to have you guys here. And I hope that having to kind of do this doesn't make it any less fun. It can be a good thing. So some of you will probably know some of the content that we've been through before. For some of you, it might be new. That's kind of good because it means we'll have different questions and stuff as we go through the class. So this morning, I just want to have a bit of a look at some of the basics. So some of the methods of theology and the sources for theology and how we think about that, but then also a very brief overview, probably a brush up for many of you of kind of what Christians believe in Anglicanism and generally through a bunch of different churches. So hopefully that's going to be a useful thing. There we go. That's what I just said. It's almost like I wrote this myself. Some housekeeping as well. If the fire alarm goes off, run in an orderly fashion. If you go down there and out the door at the end, just across the grass is the evacuation area. If for some reason the fire is coming from that way, there is another evacuation area just down the hill where you drove in. And so we'll head down there. I've been here for 8-9 months and we haven't had any yet, so I'm hoping that it won't be today, but you never know. The toilets, I think many of you have found them. The men's is just kind of on the other side of that wall and the ladies is just around the corner a little bit. So do feel free to use those and we'll have a break at 10:30 for some more coffee and morning tea. All right, there is assessment for this class. I'm sorry, it's short. I won't tell my students this afternoon what your assessment is because they want to change classes. So it's an 800-word paper, nice and short. And the question you'll be looking at is, what is theology and how might our theological beliefs inform our educational practices?
Excuse me, Christy.
Yes.
Do we have access to this PowerPoint?
Yes.
After this section?
At the moment, it's invisible on the website, but I will make it visible. Okay. Yeah. And that's due on the 17th of April. Hopefully that gives you some school holidays before it's due as well. Although my sister is a teacher, I know that holidays are just as busy. So, why do we study theology? There's a whole bunch of different reasons that different people study theology. Some of them are here. So, studying theology can help us keep things that are first order first and not confuse them with second order issues. So, for example, things like for Christians, sometimes it's possible to get confused and instead of arguing about, say, did Jesus rise from the dead, which would be a first order issue, we can end up arguing about what colour should we wear at different times of the year in liturgical services, which is probably slightly less important and central to our faith, right? And so it helps us to work out what are the really important things and what are the things that it's fun to argue about maybe, but are not as important or not as central. It also helps us to grow in our understanding of the Christian God. So for those people who are Christians, it's useful for them thinking more about what they believe and why they believe what they believe. Because Christianity is not a faith that I would encourage people to just believe blindly. It's something that we think about, we interrogate, we have academic disciplines that consider it and think about it, and all of those different things. So a faith that can't be questioned is probably not really one that is worth having. Studying theology helps people to better communicate Christian beliefs. Sometimes that's true. Sometimes when our theological students go into churches, particularly those that are going to be ministers and start giving sermons, the sermons sound an awful lot like a theology essay rather than a sermon that's easily understandable. And you probably have experienced the same thing in different fields. When you first start learning a bit about a field, all of a sudden you've got all these big words, but you don't necessarily know how to communicate the ideas as clearly as you'd like. So ideally, in the end, it helps us to communicate ideas better, to answer questions and all of those sorts of things. But sometimes in the middle, things can get a little bit messed up. Studying theology also helps us deal with everyday ethical concerns. One of the units that I teach is an ethics unit, and we look at all different kinds of things. My own field of study and research is in theological anthropology, which looks at questions of what does it mean to be human. So my recent book was about what does it mean to be an authentic human person, and thinking about those sort of ethical issues of authenticity. Does authenticity mean that we're all narcissistic people and it's all about us? Well, it doesn't have to, but it can. And so looking at some of those kind of ethical issues of how we live our lives. Studying theology also allows us to work with some of the great thinkers of the church. It's easy to think that, you know, we're the smartest people who've ever lived and we're alive right now, but there might actually have been some pretty smart people who've gone before us at different times, who've written some things that are worth reading in their context, but still worth having a look at and mentoring us in different ways. One of the things that we often talk about in theology is the idea of faith-seeking understanding. So particularly for those who come from theology from a perspective of faith, seeking to understand that faith and think about that faith and consider why we believe what we believe is one of the things that we often think about. Can you think of any other reasons that people might study theology? Maybe they have to because they need to do it for their school's program. That could be a reason.
Might be questioning their own faith.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think also it's seeing what history happened.
Yeah. Yeah. So much of particularly the European history is so tied to the church that to understand one without the other, and art, even classical art and things like that. Yeah.
I've been called to.
Yeah. Yeah. Being called to ministry and thinking about doing theology as part of that. Yeah.
I think just understanding each other, like as I said, with all the different faiths. So you have to understand where somebody else is coming from.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the units that I taught at Flinders was a religious pluralism unit, and I had different people come in and teach it with me, and it was so much fun and so great to see what were mostly secular students who at the beginning, many were kind of a bit hostile to the idea of religion, going, oh, I talked to my friend who's Muslim and their faith is really important to them, and now I want to support them in their faith. Like, I don't want to be a Muslim, but I want to support them in their faith and I want to understand that. And feeling like just being able to talk about religion with their religious friends had taken their friendships to a different level and a deeper level can be really important. It's something that often we shy away from talking about. And yet the people who it's really important to, actually talking about faith can be a really good thing.
It's possibly already covered, but I think there's a saying that to understand where you're going, you need to understand where you've been.
Yeah.
So that's sort of all of this stuff about understanding is like why.
Yeah.
That's maybe a central point.
Yeah.
To head forward.
Yeah. Understanding the history, trying not to make mistakes of the past. Yeah.
I think there's another saying about that. Yeah.
I think so. Yeah. No, that's great. Some very good ideas. Okay. Traditionally, theology broadly has been divided into 4 areas. And those areas are some of the areas that you will look at in the certificate. Some kind of fall in different areas. So there's biblical studies, which is the study of the Bible, the Old Testament and the New Testament, and looking at those. The other one is church history, which we kind of, we've talked about looking at the church in the past, looking at some of the ideas that have developed, looking at church practice in the past, relationships with the state, all of those sorts of different things that have happened. Systematic theology, which is my area, And it's a really hard area to explain. It kind of draws on the other areas of theology to work out doctrines of the church and things like that. So uses, as well as we'll see, different sources to work out what is it that we believe as Christians, and then think about them. And then practical theology. That's not to say systematic theology is not practical. I don't like it when people say that, but practical theology is things like how do we do preaching and how do we look after people and do pastoral care and all of those sorts of different areas. So it's kind of taking the other areas and putting them into practice in a different way. Different people and organisations divide things up differently. So Wollaston is part of the University of Divinity, and this is, so it's very small. This is how the University of Divinity tends to divide up their fields. So in field A, they've got history, languages, philosophy, and religious studies. So particularly churches in the Catholic Church and the Jesuits within the Catholic Church need to do a lot of philosophy for their ordination and all that kind of stuff. So we've got all of those things in there. Languages, particularly biblical languages, but one of the other languages that's often important for theology is actually German. So strangely, you can do theological German at some of the colleges. So it won't teach you, as when I did German, how to catch a train and things like that, but it'll teach you how to read very difficult documents, which often doctoral students and others, that's what they need. They don't need to know the way to the train station. They need to know what this word means. Field B, appropriately named, because it tends to be the biblical studies. So biblical studies as a whole, but then studies of the Old and New Testament. In field C, they've put two of the traditional fields together, so church history and systematic theology. Now, the history that's in field A tends to be history generally, whereas the history that's in field C tends to be the kind of church history stuff. And then field D, which is the traditional practical theology. And you can see some of those really different and diverse areas, and that list is actually longer now than it was when I first wrote this, that are there. So things like liturgy, which is the, what's said in church services and all those sorts of things. Pastoral theology and mission, religious education, spirituality, all of those sorts of things fit there into field D. And it's so long now that the university, after a decade in this model, is now looking at a different model because there's just too many things in field D. It's too hard to work out. We also have a new school of Indigenous studies, and if you think about Indigenous studies, particularly for those who are Indigenous theologians, it doesn't necessarily fit neatly into one of these categories. And so do you create a whole new category? What do you do with that when you've got a school of Indigenous studies, which is a great thing to have. And it's made us ask questions about the curriculum and how we organise degrees and all those sorts of things, which requires massive amount of paperwork, which is well worth doing. And I'm glad that all that paperwork is not my job. All right. This is where I need to work out where to put these lovely people. I'm going to move them. All right. So we're going to look now at some of the quotes that different people who do theology have said about what it is to study theology and thinking about studying theology. I'm glad I printed it out. So Paul Tillich, who wrote in the 20th century, writes in 1951, "Theology as a function of the Christian church must serve the needs of the church. A theological system is supposed to satisfy two basic needs: the statement of the truth of the Christian message and the interpretation of the truth for each new generation. Theology moves back and forth between two poles: the eternal truth of its foundation and the temporal situation into which that truth must be received." So what he's trying to say is Christians have some core beliefs, but how we explain those beliefs depends on the context that we're in. Those beliefs might not change, but how we talk about them, the language that we use, what we use to describe them and how we embody them is going to change. And so we can't just, in some ways, he's justifying his own job as a theologian. We can't just rely on what theologians have written in the past. We need to think about and interpret that for ourselves. What do you think of that idea?
in one of the readings, I think someone said something like, and I must admit, I've heard the same thought myself until I'd actually done reading, was like, why do we keep reading, going over it? Like, surely we've interpreted it to death. But just that second piece of the puzzle being that it has to make sense for the time and place where you're actually living and interpreting that in the world. I thought that was quite interesting. I don't know whether it was the same person or that was quoted or whether that's just a repeated idea. But for me, that was a bit of a, that's why.
Yeah.
That's why we keep doing it, because it's times change.
Yeah. Even the language that, so I mean, Tillich, bless him, he says that, and I like his theology, but he also refused to teach the women who were in his classes in the later part of his career and things like that. So, you know, again, contexts change, don't they? Can you imagine if we refused to just teach some of the people who are in our classes today? There'd be massive issues. And so, you know, there's different things going on there as well in terms of context and difficulty adapting to changing contexts as well. Someone from the same era, John Macquarie, in thinking about defining theology, he says, theology may be defined as the study which, through participation in and reflection upon religious faith, seeks to express the content of this faith in the clearest and most coherent language available. I mean, one question is, does theology do this? Is coherent and clear language best left to academics? And the answer is probably not. Any thoughts about this one?
As a language teacher, in all of the theological readings, like the first one.
Which one was the first one?
Approaching the study.
Oh, yeah, Thistleton, yeah.
I struggled seriously with. I was like, I can't even. But then the second one, I was like, if someone gave me this, that's when I was working in a very religious, it all would have made a lot more sense.
Yeah.
So I think there's varying degrees of coherence.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I probably was not the target audience for that first reading. But the second reading, everything was a lot more coherent.
Yeah.
And the third as well, but mainly the second one. I was like, actually, this makes sense to me in a way I understand.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Depends on the author and the audience.
Yeah, absolutely. And the time and the place.
Yeah.
Depends on the audience. Yeah. I guess, and the importance of it to yourself.
Yeah.
It might not be important.
Yeah. If it's something you're passionate about, you're often more willing to put in the time and effort to do it. Yeah.
If you want to argue a point, to be informed.
Yes. Absolutely.
Expressing faith clearly is quite often a core part of Anglican leaders' roles, from priests to teachers, etc. So it's kind of a point.
Yeah. It's one of the things that I always find really interesting as an academic, and I go to conferences and there seems to be this thing, and it's not just theology, I think it's in most fields, where the more incoherent you are, the more clever you'll seem to be. It's like, oh, no one's understood me. It's because I'm the smartest person in the room. And I fundamentally disagree with that. And I try to do the opposite in all of my stuff, which again, then makes people go, oh, that was easily understandable, not that clever. So it's really interesting how even, you know, in those sort of contexts where you think, you know, your job surely is to make the research you do understandable to other people and to communicate ideas. And yet there's this idea that incoherence is somehow a better thing. So
I was just going to say, in any leadership position, the more clearly you can articulate your vision, the better for the organisation.
Yes.
It's a vision.
Yeah, the more likely people are to get on board with it. Yeah, absolutely. Cool. All right. Alistair McGrath, who is the author of some of the stuff that I think I gave you, says, to study theology is to think systematically about the fundamental ideas of Christianity. It's intellectual reflection on the act, content, and implications of the Christian faith. I kind of like that idea that it's about like the acts of faith, the content of faith, and the implications of faith. Because sometimes, you know, we see people talking about their faith, well, any faith, but without much thought of how that might impact on other people.
Even like at St James within 5 Ks with 7 primary schools. So parents who send their kids to our school obviously have made that deliberate decision. Like the all others, I think 5 others are public, to set them there, but they don't know how to like ask parents, well, why have you chosen to send your kid to school? And they can't really say why they've decided, but they just know, oh, it's different here. Like they wouldn't be able to tell you the implications of Anglicanism on the structure of school, or how that leads to different like values taught, things like, oh, you know, you have different expectations maybe. So it's interesting, like, yeah, for us to reflect on what are the implications of this on a school, or on what a kid's bringing home, or on a family.
Yeah, because the parents might not know when they send them there, but maybe hopefully they know when they graduate what some of those things, how that choice of school has been different to what might have been chosen. All right. Mary Beeman says, there are a number of reasons for taking up theological work. Already worked that out, Mary, but thank you. Some undertake theological work to help explain reality. Others do so to organise Christian teaching. Still others do so to critique the contemporary life and thought of the church. So one of the complexities of theology, and particularly in a place like Australia, in other countries in the world, theology is much more integrated into the public university system as a discipline. So, you know, in the UK, often in the States as well. But in Australia, it mostly happens through kind of church seminaries and things like that, which are open for everyone, but trained ministers and generally people like me, who are the academics, are paid by the church. Part of my job is to critique the church. And it's always a little bit dangerous to critique the people who are employing you, and yet that is my job. And so, you know, thinking about all of these complexities of the reason that people do theology. Some people will critique from the inside, sometimes from the outside, from different places. And so, again, it brings new reasons that people might study theology. Your thoughts on them?
It's like the case of Christ, where Lee Strobel, you know, journalist, went out to disprove, you know, ways of life became Christian. And then, like, he went out to critique it, strong atheist. And then presented, actually, there's a case for, like, historically and factually, there is a case for Christ. And, became a Christian himself. But he wasn't studying theology for any reason other than to critique and almost to, question his wife's decision.
When I taught my religious pluralism class, it was one of 2 electives for fashion students, which was very scary for me, thinking about what I was going to wear each day of summer school with all these fashion students. But it was really interesting because a lot of them didn't particularly want to be there. But the reason that it was an elective for the fashion students was to think about how different religions impact on how they might design fashion based on people's religious beliefs and their observance and all of those sorts of things, and thinking about different markets within the world and what would be appropriate dress culturally for those different groups based on their religious systems. So they brought these whole different set of ideas to the study that we were doing and thinking about religion that I did not expect when I walked into that class, but it was great. And so there's all sorts of different ways that people approach and come to the study of theology, whether it's that critical thing, whether it's the internally critiquing something that is problematic within the church, and you think about all of the results of the Royal Commission and things like that. There's been a lot of work done theologically in that area as well, for good reason. And so there's all sorts of different reasons and approaches that people bring about these things. All right. There's also lots of different ways that people do theology. Often we think about, maybe the incomprehensible things like this or other slightly more readable things. But there's lots of different ways that people do it, often through stories. And if you read the Bible, there's lots of stories in the Bible. There are parables, stories of people's testimony, their own story of faith, their story of what they believe or why they believe it. Different biographies as well. The Gospels of Jesus are sort of biographies of his life and his ministry. Through songs, one of the studies has shown that most people who go to church learn most of their theology not through the sermon or the Bible reading, but through the songs that are sung in church, which sometimes is a good thing and sometimes it's a very, very bad thing, given some of the theology that ends up in songs. But yeah, things like Psalms, the book of Psalms was originally the kind of hymn book of Israel, different songs, sung liturgy as well, which can be different ways that people learn and do theology. Things like letters, whether it's some of the letters that are in the New Testament, or whether it's things like C.S. Lewis wrote the Screwtape Letters, which is a story about an uncle demon talking to his nephew demon about the human that he's taunting. It's kind of weird but fun, and Lewis kind of does theology through this narrative. Different poetry, again, in the Bible, there's lots of different poetry, but people write lots of poetry. Sometimes I now will open academic journals and people write, and there's a poem stuck in the middle of that writing as well, which is kind of nice to see a diversity of different ways of doing things. Visual arts, we mentioned classical art and things like that before. Art is a really important way of doing theology, particularly when most of the community were not literate. That was the primary way that people thought about and, gave different theological ideas. And then performing arts. There's different dance groups and all sorts of things. There's drama groups that enact passion plays and all sorts of different things to look at theology and talk about that story. Preaching is a way that people do theology, sometimes well, sometimes not. That's okay. And then just conversations, having different conversations with people. Theology doesn't have to be, a really intense, boring academic kind of thing. It's something that we do when we talk about faith, when we talk about all those sorts of things. We're engaging in doing theology. Do any of those stand out to you, or is there anything that you feel like is missing? Arguing? Yeah, chatting / arguing. Maybe I could add that.
For me, the visual arts is traveling quite a lot and just seeing paintings and actually having the people there to explain it to you, you actually understand it a lot more now. So
yeah,
even like the Sistine Chapel, I didn't understand it, so I went, it's explained, and now I can look at it and go, oh, I get that now.
Yeah.
So for me, it's visual art.
I think a bit about songs stuck out for me, because I know as a school we have almost like a playlist.
Yeah.
I certainly never had thought to critique that in any way. Like, what are the inherent messages that we're sending children through this music? There's probably nothing wrong with it. However, have we ever actually asked ourselves that question and had a look at the playlist that I know even children who are, or now adults into their 20s and 30s will come back and say, I still know that song by heart. Or, the kids have certain songs that they really connect with but it's certainly passing on a message about what we believe. Quite covertly, I feel.
Yeah.
Like, yes, it's just very good to think, going, oh my goodness, I feel like I want to go back to the chaplain and just
have a little look.
Go, what is it actually saying? Yeah. We do a lot of thinking.
Thank you, especially for using pre-primary. Song and story is probably the biggest or most prevalent way we would be getting out.
Yeah. Yeah. And do chaplains or others in any of your schools use godly play at all? Anyone familiar with godly play? It uses it's great. It's great with adults as well, but it uses sort of, it tells the story that you're looking at that day from the Bible by having different characters. So there's heaps of resources, because there's, you've got your little Jesus and you've got your little boat, and you tell the story. I'm not trained in it, but and then you say, what does this make you wonder about this? What are your questions about this? And then often you set the kids up with a creative activity to kind of reflect on that creatively. I've used it sometimes when I've got someone who's trained in it in my classes as well with adults, because often, if you ask adults, what questions do you have about this? They're very different to, what do you wonder about this story or about this? And you get kind of a more emotive response often about that, of way that people's lives are going as well. So it's very fun.
We had a nativity scene set up in our office, and a lot of questions came from that. And like a lot of things came out about the story. Like a few things that I did not know, because your mum and dad told you this story, or you read this story, but then, other people gave you the real version of it. So it does help, like having the scene there. People coming up with different stories, or like what's really happened in that time.
Yeah. That's really good. And certainly there's questions of cohesiveness as well, and thinking about music. And I went to a church on Christmas Eve one year when I was in another city, and for some reason that is beyond my understanding, the minister decided to preach not on sort of the Christmas Eve story and the nativity, but on a different passage about how we shouldn't worship angels, which I thought was a little bit interesting, but okay. And so he preached this really long sermon at like 11 o'clock at night about how we shouldn't worship angels, but it was a tragedy that no one in our community cared about angels, but also we shouldn't worship them. It was very confusing. And then someone stood up and announced the next song, which was Angels from the Realms of Glory. And I thought, who put this together? So there's questions of, well, what does that say theologically when we're giving all of these different messages in the one kind of thing as well? So how do we do that?
We had my last school was a Catholic school, but we had more Muslim students than Catholic students. And the iconography of there being a cross on the ground, it was built into our carpet.
Yeah.
In all the doorways. And the Muslim students and the Syrian Catholic students who were Melkite would not walk on that bit of carpet, because they were like, it's so disrespectful for you to walk on the carpet. And we had to get the school priest in and like have this whole conversation about, do we need to rip up all the carpets in the school? Because for them, the symbolism of that, and for us, it was just like, well, that's the school logo, it's in the ground, was a very different way of thinking about and them doing theology, which had just never occurred to us, because they were from a different, version of the same religion, and the way they did it was quite different and interesting, and then made us reflect on what we were doing as a school. And there was a bit of a fight between the priests and the nuns, and it was hilarious times. The carpet remains.
Yeah. Well, there was an outcome in the end, at least. So yeah.
I think the finance department won.
Yeah. They always do, don't they? Okay. So there are some, McGrath talks about four issues that Christian theology tends to focus on. So there's the sources of theology. So, of course, if you're having arguments about different things, often it comes back to the sources that you're using. And when people use different sources to another, you may come to a different conclusion and you end up arguing about the conclusion when in fact it's actually the sources that are the difference. And so Christian theology talks a bit about sources and what the sources are. The development of theology, particularly in some denominations more than others, the history of theology is very important. For Catholics particularly, it can be a very important thing. Things that the church has proclaimed in the past have a different kind of power to in the Anglican church. And for the Orthodox church as well, much of their theology is interpretations of the church fathers rather than kind of how I as an Anglican would do theology, which would be much more broad than just focusing on the first couple of centuries of Christianity. Now, there's nothing wrong with that, but they're just different ways of doing things, of thinking about the development of theology. Another one is the coherence of theology. And this is where systematics tends to do a lot of different things, because if you believe this thing over here, it's somehow connected to this thing over here. It's a bit like one of those child mobiles. You pull one end and the whole thing moves. And so how do we make our theology coherent? We've got this belief here and we've got this belief here and we've got this belief here. And how do we balance all of those different things? And then finally, the applications of theology. If we believe this, what does this mean for how we live our lives and how we engage in the world? And so they are all things that matter. So academic theology is something that started in its present form, I suppose, around the 12th century. So it was often in monasteries and other places before that, bishops and other church people doing lots of theology being done by monks more so than nuns in monasteries and all those sorts of things. But from around the 12th century, the universities started to develop, places like Oxford and Paris and Cambridge a little bit later. And they started to spread throughout Europe. And theology was one of the disciplines that they had. It was called the Queen of the Sciences. You needed another degree before you could study theology, either in arts or medicine or something like that. So theology was there and present in the universities, and that's often how a lot of theology was done. It was still done in the monasteries, it was still done in the church, but it was also done here in this other place. And it became sort of part of that education system, particularly for wealthy young men. And from this point in time, theology has been on a very, very strange pendulum, sort of between these very practical ideas of, okay, well, what does this mean for how I act in this situation tomorrow, to these very abstract ideas. And until the Enlightenment, theology was very tied in with philosophy. In fact, they were pretty much in many ways the same discipline. And so as different philosophical ideas brought sway, so too theology went along with them and vice versa. Does that kind of make sense? So theology involves a lot of critical thinking. It involves this balance between abstract and practical, if this, then that. And a lot of the things that we laugh about and go, oh, that's really abstract. What does it have to do with life? At the time, the reason that they were looking at it was because it had something to do with the context around them and they were asking questions. And as in many disciplines, sometimes you need to go to the abstract to come back to the practical and think about those things. So theology and the study of theology academically means being open to lots of different ideas and points of view, which for some people doing theology can be more difficult than in other disciplines, because often for people of faith, they're things that are very tied into how we understand ourselves and the world around us. So I often find that teaching theology can lead to some kind of difficult conflicts in people's lives sometimes, because it causes them to question the way that they're acting, the way that they live their lives. I've seen Sadly, some marriages get very difficult because, you know, the male partner often has assumed that they're sort of the spiritual head, and their partner starts studying theology and starts asking questions in a different way. They don't have the answers anymore. And all of a sudden, their identity within this marriage is shifting and changing and very difficult for them. And so how do we think about all of those sorts of things? So it can be something that's quite difficult for people. But the academic study of theology involves looking at ideas that we might not agree with, which can be quite difficult sometimes for people, delving into the history of where ideas came from, respectfully considering different viewpoints within theology. And, you know, you might disagree with it, but look at where it came from and how we engage with it. And understanding the broad range of the Christian tradition and sort of being able to locate yourself within it. That's something that I generally get my uni students to try and do, to go, okay, I understand the big picture now much better. And this is kind of where I fit in it. This is where my beliefs sort of sit within this broad range. Because it's easy, particularly in Christianity, to think this is my belief and it's the right belief and all of these other ones are wrong. And yet all of these other ones have been considered orthodox by the church for a very, very long time. And you might sit here, that's okay, but other people sit here as well, and that's also okay. One of the things that's important as we study theology is who we are and the perspective that we're coming from. Because where we sit in different things matters. What our beliefs are and how we engage with the world and how we understand the world around us matters when we do theology. It matters when we read theology, if we read it, for example, as a woman, and up until the 1980s, every reference to humanity as a whole is man. And that feels a bit weird still. And the way that people talk about humanity is different from the way that we would talk about it. And that matters. It matters as we read it. It matters about how we engage with it and how open it is. It matters that a lot of theology is done in English as well. You know, when people were doing theology about slavery, particularly during the American War, there were theologians on both sides. And how you read that theology, if you were a former slave, matters. Your experience in that matters as you come to think about different things. And so it's not something that we just come to blindly. It's an academic discipline, but like anything, like history, like all of those different things, it matters where we sit within that history, within those things. Does that make sense? All right. So here are two different theologians. And for them, their context was something that really did matter. So they both, Karl Barth and Dietrich Bonhoeffer, were both living at the beginning of the 20th century. Barth was a Swiss theologian who was responsible for something called the Barmain Declaration. And he criticized the Christians who supported the Nazis, generally kind of from the outside because he was in Switzerland. But he was quite critical of them. Bonhoeffer was a German theologian, and he was also resistant to the Nazi agenda. Good on him. He was hanged in Germany in 1945, so just before the end of the war, after being associated with a plot to assassinate Hitler. And that's where his theology led him. His theology led him to the conclusion that this man couldn't be allowed to live and that the war needed to be stopped, and this was the way to do it. Now, I don't think Barth would have gone there. His emphasis is on things like the sovereignty of God, the sinfulness of humanity, whereas Bonhoeffer had a slightly different focus. What does it mean to be a Christian in a secular world, and often a world that's under threat? And he wrote a book called The Cost of Discipleship. So where we're sitting, you know, Germany versus Switzerland in this case, it matters. It matters about the subjects that people end up writing about, and about the actions that people end up taking. On a side note, if you ever hear a theologian say someone needs to Bonhoeffer that man, you now know what they mean. A third one from a similar time was John Macquarie. We've read a quote from him earlier. He was born in Scotland, so a bit further from the war. He was a theology student in World War II, so he was exempt from conscription. But he decided that pacifism was not the right response for him, that with all of this evil going on, he couldn't just say, I want peace, I believe in peace. He had to jump in. So he ended up becoming a chaplain. He served for 3 years. And one of the things that he was responsible for, so he didn't go into Europe and fight, but he was responsible for Germans in the POW camps. And he oversaw the German clergy who'd been captured along with others. And it affected a lot of his theology from then on out. He learned a lot about continental theology by talking with these other clergy and getting to know them and hearing their stories and hearing about the people who'd influenced them. So he actually was one of the first translators of Heidegger, who was a philosopher in the 20th century, and all of that sort of thing, because of these relationships that he'd built with these German soldiers. And it's that question, you know, if he'd decided pacifism was the right thing to do and just continued in theological college, the 20th century would have missed out on probably some pretty good theology, bringing together some of the German stuff and some of the other things that were going on. So, yeah, so it kind of matters the things that happen to us in life because they cause us to ask different questions and think about things in different ways. Okay, we're going to think about some types of theology now. So all theology is contextual. We like to think sometimes that theology doesn't happen in a context. Maybe it's just given from God and that's the right answer. But all of us as humans live in a context. We live with beliefs, we live with ideas, we live with patterns of behaviour. And so all theology has a context of some way, shape or form. But some of the ways that we tend to see and group theology can be geographically. So we think about Asian theology or African theology, North American theology, European theology. And then topically, so by different topics, whether it's looking at Jesus, whether it's looking at the church, whether it's looking at the environment and things like that. So there's different topics that people will look at. So we can group things topically. We can group them historically. Here are some people looking at the early church, and here are some people looking at the medieval period, and here's some 20th century theology. We can also group by approach. So whether people are relying really heavily on philosophy, we might end up with some philosophical theology. So there's lots of different approaches that people can make, and we're going to have a look at them. So that's interesting. So we've got our geography. So here's a list of some, not all, of the different geographical types of theology that you might find in libraries. So American theology, Asian theology, South American theology, African theology, Australian theology. There's some of that, not as much as there should be. British theology. Now, continental European, I don't know if anyone has a background in philosophy, but certainly philosophy and theology both have generally been quite different between continental Europe and the British Isles. The ideas are very different, and looking back over the history, Brexit comes as no great shock when you look at those ideas and the difference between them. So we have in this the difference between the British theology and the European theology, because though they draw on each other, as Macquarie did, they often are quite different in their approaches and their ways of doing things. And then theology of the Pacific, which is coming more and more, emerging more and more, which is great. And then we've got different topics that people look at. So liberation theology, got missional theology, that's Kwok Hulan. She writes in missional theology and Asian theology. Feminist theology, that's Rosemary Bradford Rather. She has written quite a lot in feminist theology. And then womanist theology, again, as there's been the feminist movement and then the womanist movement, which sort of said, you know, white feminism is not my experience of life. I have other complexities in life. Womanist theology tends to deal with similar issues from generally the Black community. Queer theology is becoming more and more. Indigenous theology, that's Auntie Reverend Dr. Denise Champion, who I worked with in Adelaide. She is an Adjumantha elder who recently was given an honorary doctorate for her work in this area. Evangelical theology, that's Michael Baird. We're ordained together in Melbourne. He wrote a book literally called Evangelical Theology, so he seemed like the appropriate person to put out there. Different progressive theologies, that's Michelle Gonzalez, who writes in feminist theology, Latina theology, and other different theologies, as well as progressive theologies. Eco-theologies, Adelaide has actually been a big centre of eco-theology here in Australia. And then Black theology, that's James Cone, who has been a central figure in Black theology from Union Theological Seminary in the States. So there's all sorts of different topics that people look at within theology, but these are not just topics, are they? They're kind of ways of engaging the world and seeing the world. And some of them fit together and some of them don't fit together as nicely in terms of the way that people think about things. But these are all different ways of doing theology that people come up with. Yes? All right. We also can look at things historically. That's kind of obvious, I suppose. But there are different key periods in the history of the church. Certainly the early church and then the Reformation are two really big ones, particularly for Anglicans and for Protestants. Anglicans sort of sit in this weird space between being Catholic and being Reformed, which I'm sure you'll talk about in your Anglican unit, but it's sort of a weird, it's not quite Reformed, but it's not quite Catholic either. And you've got some people in Anglican who are very, very Catholic, and you've got some people in Anglicanism who are very, very Reformed. And the church as a whole tries to sit on what's called the via media, which is the middle way between different things. And then we've got different approaches. So whether we look at things from a philosophical point of view, a historical point of view. So historical theology is a big thing. Biblical theology, which again primarily uses the biblical sources rather than some of the other sources as well. I missed some slides. Apologetics, systematics, all sorts of different things. I'm just going to go back. Oops. And see if I can. Oh, that's a great question. It's giving reasons or providing arguments. So the book that you were talking about before is an apologetics book. It's about why would you believe in Jesus? Here are some arguments for why you should believe in Jesus, or here are some arguments for why you should think these things or do these things. Huh. I've lost some slides I thought I had, so I'm kind of sad about that. That's all right. All right. We also talk about different types of theology. So Hans Frey is a scholar who talks about there being sort of a spectrum of the way that people engage in theology. So he says there's 5 types. And 5 is nice because you've got, one on each end, a couple of middle ones and something right in the middle. 5's a good sort of number to have for these things. So type 1 and type 5 are sort of at opposite ends. So type 1 gives priority to the contemporary context, the worldview, the things that are going on around us. It only includes Christian ideas if they fit into the presupposed ideas and framework that are there already. And so how we think about the world around us. So it's kind of gives priority to the context, to the ideas in the context. Type 5 does the opposite. it doesn't tend to engage so much in the context because there's not a need to engage in the context. So it's this belief that any idea outside of the Christian belief system that they have shouldn't come into the belief system. Does that kind of make sense? So you've got this one that is going, oh, we're going to engage in the world. And to do that, we might compromise a little bit on what we think. And we go, and they've got this other one that goes, oh, no, we're going to stay out on this boat with our beliefs and we don't want to get anywhere near all that other stuff. And then, of course, there's three in between, because if you've got two ideas like that, you need some in between. And you don't need to know all of these, but it's just useful to think about the fact that there are these different ways of doing things and different ways of engaging the world. It's been really helpful for me to understand how and why people do theology differently to me, and why some people are just going about things really, really differently. And I go, why is that so? And so when I was first starting to study theology, it was really useful to go, oh, there's reasons why. And often, particularly when people are engaging in theology to begin with, we don't have the language or the ideas to articulate where we're coming from in these sort of things. So it's kind of useful to have someone else do that. And you go, oh, that's kind of where I sit, or that's where I end up. So I'm not going to read them all out because I'll give you the slides. And like I said, you don't need to know them all. There's no exam. But it's just kind of useful to think about where people might fit in, and where you might go, this is where I'd want to be if I was doing this. Okay. See, these are the slides I thought I'd lost. All right. So these are some of the sources for theology. So different people talk about different sources. I find this the most useful articulation of sources of theology, which is called the Wesleyan quadrilateral. It was not actually developed by Wesley. No one quite knows exactly where it came from, but it's called the Wesleyan quadrilateral because I think people looked at it and went, that sounds like something Charles Wesley would have done. You might know Charles and his brother John from the hymns that they wrote. But yes, they were Anglicans, but they started the Methodist movement. They died as Anglicans, but they inspired Methodism. But I'm an Anglican, so I'm going to claim them as my own. So scripture, the Old and New Testament, those sorts of things. We're going to go through each of these in a second, so don't stress if you're not clear on what each of them are, because we'll look at them. And then tradition, so scripture, tradition, experience, and reason. So I kind of like this because it talks about the fact that our experience actually does factor into what we do and how we see the world. And it also reminds us that we need reason. I used this with a year 6 RE class one time that I was taking, because one of the kids, as they do, said to me, but Christy, we were doing a pre-programmed thing that I wasn't a particularly big fan of, about obedience to God and how we should always do what God says. And I said, Christy, very smart kid. The naughty kids are always the smart kids. Why is that? And he goes, what if God told me to murder someone? Should I just do that? And I thought, I know I'm going to answer your question, buddy. And so I actually went through this whole thing, like, how would we make this decision about whether God is really telling us to murder this person or not? And we sort of went through each of these, like, what does scripture tell us? And well, scripture's kind of mixed on the killing people thing. It says don't kill, but then there's all these examples of killing. What does tradition tell us? What does experience tell us? And what does reason tell us? Like, God's given you a brain, use it. What do you think is the best option here? And it was kind of fun doing that. So what are we talking about when we're talking about scripture? We're talking about the books of the Old Testament, the Hebrew Bible, the books of the New Testament, the Christian Bible, so about Jesus. It's got the Gospels and the letters within it. And then, depending on what tradition someone is coming from, it may also mean the deuterocanonical works, the apocryphal writings that you find in the Apocrypha, in the middle of particularly Catholic Bibles, but a lot of Anglican churches will use them too. In the Anglican Church, the writings of the Apocrypha are not used on a Sunday, but they're often used in weekday services of morning and evening prayer. So it's kind of an interesting difference. So depending on who you're talking to, they will fit into scripture or they will fit into church tradition and the tradition of the church. And then we've also got the writing of the early church fathers, and indeed they were fathers. The church councils. And again, in my semester long class, we then go into a very long thing about all of the different church councils, but I'm not going to do that. Different liturgical traditions, because our liturgy comes out of a tradition, comes out of an idea and beliefs. And I always say the Anglican 1662 prayer book. I don't know if any of you have seen or experienced that, but it was used throughout the Anglican communion in all the different countries as a common prayer book until the mid-20th century. It was written, this copy, in 1662, but comes mostly from stuff that was written a century earlier. So sort of right at the height of the Reformation in Europe. And you can really see, particularly sometimes as I say the communion prayer in that, I can really see Cranmer, who wrote it, trying to get his point across about what communion is and isn't. And so, you know, there is polemic and things like that within those sorts of things. You know, we are believing this and not this. We're not Catholic anymore. Remember that. We're doing it this way. And in most of the more recent ones, that of course is tampered down because the Reformation was a good 500 years ago now. So, you know, things have changed in terms of how we identify ourselves, but that all comes in through liturgical traditions as well and how we do those things. And then interpretive traditions. And in some ways, this is the most complex of all of them because interpretive traditions have to do with how we read scripture. Whether we take scripture literally and we go, God made the world in 6 days and that's what it says and that's just what it is. Whether we take some things as metaphor or myth, all those sorts of things come into how we read the scriptures. So traditions of interpretation really matter. And for a lot of the arguments that churches are having these days around sexuality and all of those sorts of things, what it comes down to is how we read the Bible. And whether we, as some people say, you know, it's the plain reading of the text and that's just what I'm doing. And others would say, well, of course I have a lens. I live 2000 years after this was written, you know, and so how do we read those things? How do we decide what parts of the Bible we will absolutely do? I mean, Jesus talks about baptizing and he talks about communion. He also talks about washing each other's feet. Now, we tend to do baptism and communion, and maybe once a year we might wash people's feet as a bit of a thing, but we don't do that. So how do we decide which of Jesus' commands like that we follow and which we don't? So all of those sorts of things feed into the interpretive traditions and to a lot of the debates that are happening within the church today. And then we've got reason. So questions of rationalism and rationality, which of course the ideas of humans as the rational being have always been problematic because what it generally means is humans who think like me. It's how people often justify colonialism and all of those different things because, well, they're not a rational people. It's how, you know, people justified the oppression of women. They're less rational than men are, and all of those sorts of things. So, you know, rationalism is context-based, it's cultural-based, it's different in different cultures and different groups, as you've already explained with the carpet illustration. What's rational, what's right, what's all of those sorts of things is different in different places. The philosophy and the philosophical background that we come from, we might not have studied lots of philosophy, but we have philosophies of life, philosophies of how we do things, how we understand the world, and then different cultural reasonings as well. So there's all sorts of different reasonings that we use. I read some theology now, and particularly where theologians have used the scientific knowledge that they had at the time, you go, you can't base your theology on that because that's now wrong. You know, you're trying to argue for this thing, but now science has come a certain way, and the basis of your argument, like what you're concluding may not be wrong, but what you used as an example to do that, well, that's just not right. One author I was reading was talking about how we know that God is love because children are conceived in a loving act. And I'm like, is it always though? You know, and what about you know, artificial insemination, all of these sorts of different things? How do we think about those things? You can't actually use those to argue that God is love, because there are all sorts of different circumstances that happen. But at the time that this person was writing, that was sort of what was engaged with. Looks good. And then religious experience. So William James talks about 4 characteristics of religious experience. So ineffability. So an experience that you just can't quite express in words. Has anyone ever had an experience like that where they're trying to tell someone about it and you're like, I just don't quite have the language for it? A noetic quality. Again, people like to use big words, but that just means a sense of realness, that what's happened is somehow more real than other things that are going on. Transiency, something that only lasts a short period of time, and passivity, something with no active response to the person. And these things happen in a lot of different contexts and places. So often, if you read writings like Julian of Norwich, who was a nun, you'll see these sorts of things in her writings of her experience with God. But again, if you read the history of the Buddha, you'll find similar things in his experience as he went around things. So that's one understanding of religious experience. The other understanding of this experience is acknowledging our own life experience, context, and perspective that we're bringing to theology. You know, that if you are writing a theology of sexuality, it matters what your sexual orientation is. It matters your own understanding, your background, your relationships with others within that kind of thing. And then, of course, there's the question of where do we start doing theology? And like anything, people start in different places. Some people will start by comparing Christianity to other religions. Some people will start with thinking about the church, maybe something that they're particularly interested in. There's all sorts of different things that can happen. People will write theologies of different events and look at the events and what was going on there theologically and the different viewpoints that there were. Different doctrines, disputes. Theologians love writing about disputes, particularly ones that happened hundreds of years ago. They get very excited about writing about the theology of that. Theologies of denominations. So, you know, what do Anglicans believe? What do Catholics believe? What does the Russian Orthodox Church believe? And so writing theologies of those sorts of things. Different themes, whether it's about, you know, a theological theme like understandings of Jesus throughout time, or all sorts of different things. Ethics is an important one. History of ideas, again, interacting with philosophy quite a lot. Mission and why we engage in the world and how we engage in the world. I have a friend who has been writing for the last couple of years books on theology and sport. That's not my thing, but good on her. She's having a lot of fun looking at that. So there's lots of different ways that we can approach theology, because if you think about the idea of theology, for Christians believing that, you know, God is present everywhere, believing that all people are made in God's image in some way, shape, or form, then theology has everything to do with everything. You know, there's a reason that the University of Divinity can keep arguing that they can add these different disciplines, because you can look at almost anything through a theological perspective and a theological end. So all of those are sort of important. Christian theology tends to have certain kind of core beliefs, things that make it Christian theology. I often explain it to my students as it's like playing, I usually use football, but tennis works because that's the picture I've got. There are certain things that make Christian theology, as opposed to Islamic theology or Buddhist theology or any of those sorts of things. And so in some ways, theology is learning to play within this actually huge playing field in terms of what do we believe that makes something Christian theology, and where does it stop being Christian theology because of the arguments that we're making. Different people, different theologians and different churches have different lines though, which is why, you talk about lines in the sand. We're drawing lines in the sand all the time in churches about different issues. So what are the lines that make something Christian theology or not? So after the break, and we'll have the break now, we'll talk a bit more about Christianity and Christian belief systems. And again, for some of you, this will be things that you know, but hopefully it gives it a refresher. So thank you. We'll take, is until about 1:45 enough? About 20 minutes? Yeah, excellent.
I'm just born rec because that's the game. So,
All right.
So they're running a lot of.
Welcome back. We've had a lovely morning tea here on site, and I hope that those of you on Zoom have had a nice break as well. We did get muffins though, so I hope you had something equally good. All right, so.
Can I just say?
Yes, please.
Fantastic PD. I was able to hang some washing up and do a quick vacuum during break. Awesome.
That's
Thank
good.
you.
Nice thing about working from home, isn't it?
Yeah, it's lovely. Thank you.
I like that when I clean the kitchen, I come home to a clean kitchen because I'm working from home instead of cleaning the work kitchen and then having to come back and clean my own. Particularly. All right. So if we're thinking about Christian theology and sort of playing within and with those lines that make it Christian theology, what does that look like looking with the sources of theology? Well, we need to think about some of the core beliefs of what it means to be Christian. And these are often summed up in different ways. So they tend to come from some of the sources of theology that we looked at earlier, so particularly scripture and tradition. And they're often summed up in the creeds of the church. Now, there are three main ancient creeds of the church. Sorry, I'm drinking my coffee at the same time because that's important too. So the Nicene Creed, which comes from the Council of Nicaea in 325 CE. The Athanasian Creed, which is a little bit later. Now, it doesn't tend to get said in churches. You'll find it if you've got an Anglican prayer book right at the back of the Anglican prayer book in a other creeds section. The two that tend to be used in churches are the Nicene Creed and the Apostles' Creed. And that's because they are shorter. The Athanasian Creed is much longer and much more repetitive. And you are just not going to go to congregation to stand and say that creed. So it's less to do with the content and more to do with the practical elements of what that is. It's particularly useful for questions and issues around the Trinity, because that's what Athanasius was focusing on at the time. And one of the things that you'll notice in the creeds, and that we'll talk about as we go through this section, is that there's a really big focus on some issues and barely any on others. I don't know if you've ever noticed that when you've been in a service or something and people have been saying the creeds, but it's particularly the Nicene Creed and the Apostles' Creed too has a really long section about what we believe about Jesus. And Jesus is good, Jesus is important, Jesus is central. And then it's like, we believe in the Holy Spirit and the church. It's like, okay, but what do we believe? What do we believe about them? And part of the reason for that is that in the historical context where the creeds were being written, there are a lot of arguments about who Jesus is. And so the church was trying to work out, what does it mean? Who is this Jesus guy? We talk about him being human and divine, and what does that mean? And there were lots of arguments about those from different places. And so, of course, that's the focus of those creeds, because that's what was happening in the context at the time, was that the arguments were about that. It doesn't mean that the church didn't have arguments about things like the church and things like the Holy Spirit and all of those sorts of things, but they happened at different times to when these kind of seminal documents were being produced. Does that kind of make sense? So yes, often different denominations have additional beliefs or confessions or something that make them Anglican. And so the Anglican Church has the 39 Articles of Religion, which you can also find in the back of that prayer book. And so they are some of the documents from the founding of the Anglican Church. And the prayer book, Anglicans are often called people of two books, of the Bible and the prayer book, because using the prayer book is one of those things that tends to unite Anglicans. When I'm licensed as a priest, I'm licensed to take services that are in this book and not others. Does that make sense? So it's about, preaching what's in the Bible, but also conducting services in this way. All right. So Christians believe in God, shockingly enough. And not just God, but the idea of God as Trinity. Now, I'm not going to go through all of the Trinity stuff. If you'd like to learn more about the Trinity, you're welcome to take my unit on the Trinity, which is running next year. We've got 13 weeks to explore it then, so have a little bit more hope. But the idea of the Trinity is that three co-equal persons. We'll look a little bit at this as we go through. So I've got sort of some big picture slides here, and then we'll look at what they mean as we go through a bit further. So God is uncreated. God has always existed, is eternal. No one made God. Almighty, God is powerful. And of course, that brings in lots of questions about suffering and all of those sorts of things. Can God be all powerful and all good at the same time when there's such suffering in the world? Again, question we're not going to answer today, but you can ask Mark about it this afternoon if you'd like. Write down a list for it. Christians believing Jesus. This is a kind of famous picture of Jesus now that was based on different skulls from around the area where Jesus lived at the time. So they're trying to sort of get a picture of what might a Middle Eastern man of this point of time have looked like. And that's one of the images that they came up with, being very clever people that they are. So that's not exactly what Jesus looked like, but it's a bunch of people trying to work out what might he have looked like based on what people looked like at that place at that time. So there's all sorts of things that people believe about Jesus. And as I look through the creeds, there are a bunch of things that stand out. So Jesus is Lord. Jesus is the Christ. So Christ, not a surname, but a title. It's the Greek version of the Hebrew Messiah. Divine and human, just to be complicated. Creator. So it's not just God the Father who is creator, but also Jesus. Incarnate. Now, that's a big thing. It means that God became human in Jesus. So we talk about the incarnation as things that happen at Christmas, that God became human. So that's the event of the incarnation. That he died and rose again, Easter. Ascended into heaven and is seated at the right hand of the Father. So after 40 days, the disciples talk about Jesus ascending into heaven. And 40 days after Easter, we have Ascension Day. And I once was catching a plane on Ascension Day, and I thought, oh, this is kind of nice, actually. I feel like I'm just, up I go. And also that Jesus will return and judge the world. And different groups of Christians think about that in different ways, whether it's a kind of very wrathful judgment or whether it's judgment in terms of justice making and putting things right, and as they should be. Right. And then, as I mentioned, in the creeds, the sections on the Holy Spirit, the church and the sacraments tend to be kind of small because they're not what the arguments were about at the time. So the Holy Spirit, now, one of the big debates that the church has had, one of the reasons that the church split between East and West in 1054 is about the procession of the Holy Spirit, because Originally, the original text of the creed said that the Holy Spirit proceeds from the Father. And then the Western Church held a council, but they didn't give the Eastern Church enough time to get to the council because, you send out a letter, it goes on horseback, you go, oh, in 3 weeks we're having this thing. And there's no way that people from over here can make it in 3 weeks because there is no email, there is no aeroplane. You've got to get the horses there on the horse's back. And so they changed the wording of the creed to include that the Holy Spirit proceeds from the Father and the Son. Didn't give the Eastern Church, who they knew would disagree with this, enough time to actually get to the council where they made the decision. Christians, really good people, right? And changed the creed. The Eastern Church did not like this. This happened quite early, but the 4th or 5th century. And for the next 500 years, they had a bit of a annoying time, and then they officially fell out in 1054. And that's officially where the Roman Church split from the Eastern Orthodox churches. But that's not really the point. It's just one of those things. So the Holy Spirit to be worshipped and glorified, who's spoken through the prophets. And then it talks about we believe in one holy Catholic and apostolic church. I'm going to explain what each of those kind of means in the creed later, because I've certainly been to church with people who are maybe come from Baptist backgrounds and things. They're like, we're in an Anglican church. Why are we talking about believing in the Catholic church? Isn't that a bit weird? I'm like, oh, that's not really what it means. But that's a fair confusion, really. The idea of one baptism, and again, they emphasize the idea of one baptism, and we'll look at that soon. And then the resurrection of the dead and the life of the world to come. So we'll have a little bit of a look at God as Trinity. The doctrine of the Trinity came out of a number of different discussions. It came out of the church. Went through the 1st century, they're trying to justify their existence, they're trying to live, there's lots of mission going on, there's persecution going on, all of those sorts of things. There's all these discussions about whether Gentiles can become Christians as well, because the early Christians were Jews. So do Gentiles need to become Jews before they also become Christians or not? And there's arguments about that you can see in the Bible, and the answer is kind of no, but maybe don't do these things. And then by the 2nd century, somehow the question's been reversed, and the question and the church kind of starts as anti-Semitism, which again, in some of those songs and things that we sing, you can see when you're looking. And so the question becomes, well, can Jews become Christians? Because they're the people who killed the Messiah. Can Jews become Christians? So 100 years earlier, the question is, can people who aren't Jews be Christians? 100 years later, the question's reversed. And so there's all sorts of those questions going on. And then we come to the 3rd and 4th centuries, where really the arguments are about Jesus. Who is Jesus? And no longer are these people who, walked with Jesus and fished with Jesus and did all of those things. And so people have lots of different ideas from reading the Bible. And so some people are saying, well, Jesus is fully divine. He just looked like a human, like he wasn't really a human. He's like a ghost, you're not really a human. And then there's other people who are going, oh, no, Jesus isn't really God. He was just a really good bloke so God decided to adopt him. And that's what we see happening, that God was like, oh, you're my son, I'm adopting you and making you this. And so there's all of these debates going on in the church of people trying to work out who is Jesus and what does it mean? So there's this idea that he's human and divine. But after the church has worked out a little bit about what they believe about Jesus, then there's other questions. Okay, we believe that Jesus is human and divine. We experience the Holy Spirit as sort of being divine as well. That's our experience. That's what we see in the scriptures that we've got. So what does this mean for us about who we believe that God is? And then we start to see the doctrine of the Trinity being knuckled down. So do you sort of see the process? The process is like, yeah, we believe in God, but also, oh, Jesus too. But we're monotheists. This is kind of confusing. What do we think? And so they're trying to work out all of these things. And one of the descriptions that they come up with is the idea that Jesus and the Holy Spirit are of one substance with the fire. So one example that they give is it's like a fire, and you might take a little bit from that fire and you put it here, and it's still the same fire, but it's also a slightly different fire now, lighting one candle from another kind of thing. So it doesn't make it any less confusing in some ways, but that's the process that they went through. One of the ways that the relationship of the Trinity is often described is in perichoresis, which is a Greek word. And what it does is explain a community of being, so a community of existence, in which each person maintains their own identity. And the language isn't great given 21st century, but while kind of penetrating and being penetrated by the others, so that one is and isn't the other, but an individual person as well. And so there's idea of kind of the perichoretic dance of being with and in another. There's also the idea of appropriation, so that all three persons are present in all of the others, but that one might take the lead in certain activities. So for example, one of the things that we see in the life of Jesus in the Gospels is that when Jesus was baptized, we hear the voice of God saying, "This is my son in whom I'm well pleased." Again, one of the examples of the people who believed in adoptionism, this is the adoption happening. But we also see the Holy Spirit coming like a dove at that point. So it's this idea that all members of the Trinity are intimately related in all the activities of the other, but one might seem to take the lead. So in, the crucifying and dying, Jesus seems to take the lead, the Son takes the lead, but the others are there and present. And then there's two ways that people tend to look at the Trinity. Again, you don't need to memorize this. It's probably not going to be super helpful in church, but it's just useful to know. So the economic Trinity, which is how we look at what God's doing in history. So we go, oh, I can see kind of this stuff happening, and this happens and this happens. And then the essential Trinity, which is God's work outside of history, which is kind of human beings acknowledging that maybe God does other things and we're not the entire center of the universe and the cosmos. That God is outside of time and outside of space in different ways. Any particular thoughts on those reasonably strange ideas?
I've never known why they did the candle thing, so that was helpful.
Okay, yeah, it's an illustration that people use. It talks about it in the Creed, God from God, light from light. So that's the illustration that they're referring to when they talk about that. There are lots of heresies. I like the heresies because they're fun. And because most of them still pop up now, most heresies still jump up and down every so often, sit and listen to a sermon and go, oh, that's that heresy. I often set my first year students, once we've looked at a whole bunch of heresies from this time period, the assessment of listening to sermons for the next few weeks and finding, the same heresies that were around 1500 years ago in those sermons. And they're like, they're there and I didn't notice, and people are preaching heresy. I'm like, yeah, like all the time. Heresy, someone once said to me, is truth over or understated. You push something too hard or not hard enough, you end up in trouble. So one of the Trinitarian heresies is called modalism, and there's two kinds of modalism. There's chronological modalism, which argues that, well, there's not three persons and one God. No, there's kind of, God is one and acts in different modes. So, in the Old Testament, we see God acting as the Father, and in the New Testament, we see God acting as the Son, and then we see God acting as the Holy Spirit. So it's not that all three are involved in the activities of the other, it's that one does things with different faces on. Does that kind of make sense? And then there's functional modalism, which goes, well, at any point in history, God takes on different modes. So here we see God as creator, and here we see God as redeemer, and here we see God as sanctifier, and here we see God as this, and here we see God as that. You might hear people sometimes, instead of saying, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, saying, in the name of creator, redeemer, and sanctifier. Actually, modalism, because one of the things that we find in the scriptures and in other places is that, the Spirit and the Son are also involved in creation, and that, the whole Godhead is involved in the acts of redemption and all of those sorts of things. So it's not just about one person doing different things. It would be much less complicated if it was. It's also a heresy. And then tritheism is kind of the opposite, where you've got three equal autonomous beings, each of whom is divine, but they're all separate. And so not necessarily related father, son, but you've got three separate deities. And that kind of makes sense. Tritheism, three gods in terms of the naming. Any thoughts on that?
What do you think of, like, Paul says, no matter whether like people are preaching out of like self-exhibition, like let's say heresy,
Vain conceit, yeah.
like still worship, God's being preached, and he will use that. Like,
I absolutely think God still uses it, but it's a good assessment for my students to really listen to sermons and think about the theology that's in them.
and obviously, so you don't have the heresies either. Better.
Even better.
Yeah.
Look, I have a friend who back in the 80s went with a bunch of kids to on a mission trip, and they went to a church, and a lot of the kids weren't Christians, and this person said, it's the worst sermon I've ever heard. It was just full of heresy. It was awful. It was bad. It was horrible. But God seemed to do something. And at the end of it, all the kids wanted to become Christians. And it's like, I was about to go up to the bloke and be like, that is a horrible sermon. You shouldn't be allowed to preach. And yet, like, God worked through it anyway. So he learned a lesson. But yeah, God works through all sorts of things. And that is a good thing, because if everything was based on people always doing the right thing, there would be lots of problems. In fact, Donatism, are you familiar with Donatism? The idea that, again, Augustine was talking about this in the 4th century. There was a group of Christians who, in one of the last persecutions before the Roman Empire sort of Christianized, had burnt their books. So the Christians had gone, you know what, they're just books, we're just going to burn them. And other Christians had died trying to protect their books. And those became the Donatists. And they said, well, we are the true church because we didn't compromise in this situation. And so out of that came the theology that I, as a priest, am very grateful for, that the holiness of the sacraments like baptism and communion is not based on the personal holiness of the minister. If I've made a mistake, you know, it doesn't mean that children are baptized need to be re-baptized again because I am not a good person or any of those things, which is kind of useful given some of the things that have happened in our context. Can you imagine how many babies would need to be re-baptized if we had all of those different things? So it's the idea that God works through sinful people, which I'm kind of grateful for, not as an excuse to sin, but, you know, as a reason that God is actually bigger than me and my mistakes that I make. Interestingly, when I was writing a lecture about Donatism, it kept changing it to the dentist heresy as autocorrect. So I nearly gave a really long lecture about the dentist heresy. I'm not sure there is a dentist heresy, but I'd like there to be now. So how is Trinitarian theology applied? Well, in lots of different ways, and particularly in contemporary theology. One of the things that often gets talked about with the Trinity is that with the Enlightenment, the church got a bit ashamed of Trinitarianism because it couldn't be explained in the same kind of scientific rationalism way that everything else in society at that time was starting to be explained, because there are elements of mystery to it. And some people tried, but again, when you try to explain the Trinity too carefully, you end up with problems. So it wasn't until the mid-20th century that the Trinity and the Holy Spirit actually started getting written about and talked about much, much more within theology. And so one of the things that came up at that time was the idea, well, if God is Trinity, then God is relationship. And certainly the early church talks about this as well. And if God is relationship, then human persons are created to be relational with each other. Now that's good. It also has problems because relationships for people who have some disabilities and things can be a very difficult and complicated thing. So when we make relationship and the ability to be in relationship with others a criteria of what it means to be made like God, we end up with problems. But on the whole, it's kind of a helpful idea. So when we think about how we get people to relate to each other, how we relate to different groups of people, how we encourage people to develop friendships, develop small groups, all those sorts of things, we can use kind of Trinitarian models of, well, God made us to have relationships, to be in relationship, there's a co-equality within those sorts of things, giving people airspace, giving people time to process and all those sorts of things. There's also considerations of ontological relational equality, ontological being the question of being, that in our being there is an equality, which of course hasn't always been the case in Christianity. If you think about the theology of the divine right of kings, for example, the idea that all people are equal has not always been a prominent theological idea within Christianity. And so the idea of equality and how we treat each other, again, can be used from a Trinitarian viewpoint of three co-equal persons. And so Trinitarian theology is often used in any kind of theology and practice that involves interpersonal relationships, and often in terms of ethics as well, in terms of equality and value. Does that kind of make sense of how it applied? All right. So Christology is the study of Jesus as kind of the Christ. And I'm going to need to, oh, no, you know what? There we go. Right. So one of the things the Creed talks about is believing Jesus as Lord. And the term Lord has a lot of history. You know, we talk about English lordship. I once found out that the Bishop of Durham in the United Kingdom is actually the Lord Bishop of Durham. And now I have new career aspirations because that would be a cool title. So we think about lordship in lots of different ways. In the period of the Roman Empire where Jesus was in the 1st century, Caesar was Lord, right? So saying Caesar is Lord is a political statement. And so when the church started talking about Jesus is Lord, the implication was Caesar is not. And so we think about this as like, oh yeah, Jesus is Lord, but actually they were saying things that there are reasons they killed them, right? Because these were quite subversive words and ideas. If Jesus is the king of the world, what does it mean for all the other kings of the world? And so we talk about lordship of Jesus. There are all of those sort of implications that are implicit within those ideas. So for Jesus to be the Christ meant that he was the promised Messiah of Israel, which is what the early Christians believed, the Jewish early Christians, that he was the one who had been promised and that he would come again to deliver on sort of the rest of the promises, the freedom of Israel from oppression, from the Roman Empire and all of those different things as well. It also means he's the anointed one. So often kings in the Old Testament were anointed with oil. In fact, they still are, as I recently found out. I saw a picture of the blessing of the oil that's going to be used for King Charles that was happening in Israel, which I have all sorts of weird feelings about. But you know, that's going on as well. So there's still this idea of anointing kings with oil that comes from that sort of tradition. So the idea of Jesus as the anointed one and therefore the king of Israel. And so the one who would be leader, not just of Israel, but as they were saying in proclaiming his lordship, of something bigger than that as well. Oh, we'll see if we have time for that clip. It's a fun one. I don't know how the sound is set up in this room, so we'll find out if it works. For those of you on Zoom, if you can't hear this well, you might just want to follow the link yourself later. This is a link from the BBC, which I quite like, because we tend to, our images of Jesus, like this one in classical art, tend to be this very white kind of man. This is a comedy clip made by the BBC a few years ago, which I quite enjoy. We'll see if we have sound. So it's fun. Just a bit of a play on expectations and what we expect, given artwork, given all of those different things, and given I think also the kind of Europeanization of Christianity, and particularly Western Christianity, in the way that we think about things. So thank you, BBC. Oh, we've got some stopping changing. So the idea of Jesus being human and divine has caused a lot of discussion in theology, as you can probably imagine, because it's a complicated issue. And the issue comes down to, for theology, that Jesus must be human because it's human sin that caused separation from God, that caused the problem, and that God had promised that one would come from Israel to redeem humanity. So in order for God to be faithful to those promises, that those things would happen, there had to be a human Messiah. Jesus had to be human. But Jesus also had to be divine, because in the end, God is the only one who can save. Humans can't save themselves, only God can. And so this theology was developed out of the experience of the church, of Jesus' humanity and his divinity, as well as the scriptures and how they were reading and understanding them, as well as the systems of logic that they were using to draw these conclusions, which come from kind of Jewish ideas of who God is, as well as some of the Greco-Roman ideas that were going on at the time, sort of all being intermingled together. There's biblical support for both of these ideas in the Gospels and the Epistles, and there's still lots of different ways that people think about this. I mean, for Muslims, Jesus is one of the major prophets, fully human, good teachings, all those sorts of things, but not God. For Christians, we see Jesus differently. The incarnation, so it talks about Jesus becoming flesh. In John 1, which is a beautiful piece of poetry, it talks about the idea that God became flesh and lived as one of us. And that's a really nice picture. So while some of the other Gospels, so Matthew and Luke, have all of their nice Christmas stories that we listen to and we think about, and They're wonderful ways to begin a gospel. Mark just begins with, there was a guy called Jesus, and just goes right in. He's got the shortest gospel. And John starts with this poetry about, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God, and kind of goes from there. And then talks about the Word becoming flesh and dwelling amongst us. And so each of them kind of deals with the incarnation in different ways, whether it's telling the birth story or telling that story, or as Mark does, kind of ignoring the beginning, but then slightly referring back to it throughout the text in an interesting way. So the incarnation, I think, is a really helpful theology, not only to think about the humanity and divinity of Jesus together, but also because one of the things that it says is that God is willing to become human and live with us. Now, I always found, the idea that God is willing to die and rise again is good and nice, but you can go and do something nice for people without living amongst them and being one of them. That takes a different level, I think, of love and commitment, at least as I think about it, to the involvement of God in human affairs. That Christians and Anglicans believe in a God who, gets God's hands dirty, if God has hands. And is willing to actually come and live amongst us as a vulnerable child in this world. Someone who has all that power coming to live in that kind of way, of vulnerability. So through the incarnation and the life of Jesus, one of the things that we see more clearly is what God is like. Because if Jesus is fully God, then in Jesus we can actually see, what is God like? Paul talks about Jesus as the image of the invisible God. And often people have these ideas of God being kind of mean and judgy and nasty in some ways, but Jesus is a nice guy. And actually what the Bible talks about is, when you see Jesus, you see what God is like. And I think that's a really kind of helpful correction to some of those ideas that we have about who God is. And so in the incarnation, we kind of see that. One of the things that one of the theologians, Athanasius, talks about, he's talking about what it means to be made in the image of God in his book called On the Incarnation. And he says that it's sort of like if you've got an old icon or portrait that's gotten dirty. And it reminded me of, do you remember there was a Spanish church, maybe 10 or 12 years ago now, it's been a while, where they decided to redo some really, really old murals. And one of the ladies at the church had redone this one of Jesus, and it ended up looking like some sort of African monkey, like in a tree. It was not good. So she just tried to paint over what was there. Athanasius, writing a good 1500 years earlier than that, talks about the idea of, well, when we've got a portrait that's like that and you can't see what it is anymore, what we actually need is for the subject of the portrait to come and resit for it again. And then we can repaint it truly. And so what he's talking about is, we've got all these ideas of what it means for us to be made in the image of God and who God is and what God looks like. And in Jesus, God comes and resits for that portrait again so that we can see who we're truly called to be as humans. Does that kind of make sense? It's a nice illustration that he uses. And the events of the church in Spain really help as well. So it raises, the incarnation raises lots of different questions as well. And one of them particularly is about things that we call the universality and particularity of Christ. We talk about Jesus as, truly human, truly God, showing us what it means to be truly human. What does that mean to be truly human? Does that mean being Middle Eastern and Jewish and living at a particular point in time? Well, probably not. But what aspects of how we understand Jesus are universal and kind of apply to all of us? And what things are particular and are about who Jesus is? Maleness, all of those sorts of things. Does it mean that the ideal human is, a Middle Eastern male living at a particular point in time who is Jewish? I don't think it does. I think it means other things, but there's some of the questions that get raised when we talk about the universality and the particularity of Christ. Clear as mud? And then, of course, the Christians, there's belief in the death and resurrection of Jesus, which we're coming up on celebrating with Easter. So this is pretty central to the Christian faith. That's why it gets quite a lot of airtime in lots of different places. And it's referred to in each of the Gospels. In fact, the Gospels, you can sort of think of them in many ways as leading up to the events of the death and resurrection of Jesus. There's lots of stuff beforehand. It's very good, but certainly all of the authors spend a lot of time on that particular weekend and the week leading up to it. So in 1 Corinthians 15, Paul says, if Christ has not been raised, your faith is futile and you're still in your sins. One of the things that Christians, particularly around the Enlightenment, with the trying to make sure that they were fitting in with their very scientific colleagues, tried to do was think, oh, well, like maybe we don't need to believe in the resurrection of Jesus. Maybe that's not central. Maybe we can get away with it without it. And in fact, Christians in the first century were doing that too. And they're the people that Paul's addressing. You know, if Jesus hasn't actually been raised, that actually the rest of it is not as useful to us. The forgiveness of sins, all of those things haven't happened. The resurrection is actually central to Christian faith. So I know that believing in someone dying and rising again is a bit weird, but it is central to Christianity. So a lot of the debates that were held in the church from the 2nd to the 4th centuries were about the nature and work of Jesus that we've just kind of talked about, but also about the idea of a bodily and physical resurrection and what that was going to be like for people, because again, it says at the end of the creed, we believe in the resurrection of the dead. That's not just of Jesus, but of all of those who have died. At some point in time, there'll be a resurrection. I don't think it'll be like Zombie Central. I think it will be a bit nicer than that. It won't be like World War Z, just in case you're worried. But these ideas about Jesus being fully divine and not quite human, again, were ways to work out the resurrection, work out who Jesus was. And so one of them, docetism, talks about the idea that Jesus just looks like a human, but if you really touched him, your hand would go right through, which is interesting because in the Gospels, when in fact Thomas is going, oh, Jesus, risen from the dead, we just buried you. What's going on here? Jesus says, touch him. And it says, he touched him and he touched his wounds. Those who were believers in docetism were like, oh, well, no, that's been added later to prove a point and do different things. There's always been the same arguments over and over again in Christianity. So the ascension of Jesus, I put in this where's Wally thing because my brain is weird. Because I was thinking, if Jesus has risen from the dead, where is he now? Maybe it's a bit like, where's Wally? That was my thought process. So the ascension of Jesus, so the idea is Jesus died and rose from the dead. 40 days later, he ascended into heaven. In those 40 days, a lot of the disciples actually met with Jesus. So we hear stories about, Jesus meeting the disciples in the upper room, Jesus walking along the road to Emmaus with some of his followers and them not quite realizing who he was, who they were talking to, and a number of other events that happened. So 40 days after the resurrection, we have the ascension, and that kind of Jesus has gone to be with God in heaven. In the scriptures, heaven is not so much a place where we all go after we die. It's God's realm. What it means by heaven is where God is. And so the book of Revelation at the end of the Bible actually talks about heaven and earth coming together. So rather than us going to heaven, heaven and earth come together and God dwells with us in our realm, if you want to think about it like that. In Acts chapter 7, Stephen, who was one of the followers of Jesus, he was chosen to be a deacon and to help feed the widows of Jerusalem and others. And he ends up being the first Christian martyr. So it raised an interesting question for the Jews who killed Jesus. If we kill this one, will he stay dead or not? He did, and then persecution broke out once they'd worked that out. But he talks about the idea of seeing Jesus sitting at God's right hand. So he has a vision just before he dies, after he's preached, and talks about seeing Jesus at God's right hand. And there are a number of different passages in the Bible. In Daniel in the Old Testament, it talks about seeing one like a son of man sitting at the right hand of God. And so that's often understood to be the Messiah. And so then again, when Stephen sees this, there is the Messiah, Jesus, sitting at the right hand of God. And then Christians believe that Jesus is going to come back. And you've probably seen in movies and other places lots of people on street corners hiding cardboard signs about the coming doom. I'm not sure that's entirely helpful. But there's a belief that Jesus will return and inaugurate a new time where God's realm will join with the human realm of earth. And it'd be time where there is judgment or justice making, which, depending on where you're from, can be good or bad news. A lot of people hear judgment and think, oh, that's going to be awful and horrible and nasty. But for a lot of people who have been oppressed and there has been no justice in their life, the idea that there is justice coming from somewhere, that eventually those things that, really hurt people in this life. One of the examples that people often use is Hitler, who never committed suicide and never paid for kind of the crimes that he had done, that there is going to be justice for those things that happened. So justice doesn't always have to be a bad thing. The idea of the kingdom of God will come in its fullness. Jesus talks a lot about the kingdom of God and what the kingdom of God is like. And when you do the New Testament subject, I'm sure that Robert will talk more about that. And it also talks about no one knows when this will happen. So you're like me, you've seen lots of churches, particularly over the around the turn of the millennium, who were saying, oh, Jesus is coming back on this day. The Bible says no one knows when Jesus is coming back. So I'm not sure how they worked out those dates, but they worked them out and then it didn't happen. So what I learned from that is there's no point trying to work it out. But maybe I'm just lazy. Who knows? And so after getting through this really long part about who Jesus is, that again, as we've said, comes because there were so many debates in that time about who Jesus is, whether he's fully human, fully God, what the work of Jesus was, all of those different things. We come to the creeds talking about the Holy Spirit. Now, the term Holy Spirit is an interesting one. Churches also use Holy Ghost, but it's tended to move away from that a little bit with different meanings for the word ghost as well, because at one point ghost sort of meant spirit or one's spirit. Give up one's ghost is to give up your spirit. Whereas ghosts now are kind of like Casper or scary or, all those different things. So the Hebrew term is ruach, which means breath or wind. And we see this idea of breath or wind quite a lot. So when in Genesis, where God is making humans, it talks about him breathing life into Adam. And this idea of God's breath. And then we see in other times in the prophets, the idea of God breathing life into different people. So within Jewish understanding of life at this time, life comes from breath. And so when we are breathing, we are living. And the breath is God's. And so as we breathe, as we live, that breath that we have is God's. And then when we die, it's gone and it's taken away. And so when we associate the spirit with this idea of breath or wind or life, it becomes integral to kind of the way that we do things and the way that we live. the people of Israel also looked forward to a time where God's spirit would be poured out on all people, because as well as the idea of spirit as life or breath or wind, there's this idea of God's spirit as something that brings us closer to God, that enables prophecy and fullness of life and all of those different things. And so there's this idea that at some point in time, God's spirit will be not just poured out in that kind of way on the prophets or the kings, but on all people, and maybe for some of the people, not others, people who aren't Jewish as well. So those not of the tribe of Israel, on people beyond that. And so what Christians saw happening in the New Testament is that this was happening. And certainly in the book of Acts, the Spirit is poured out on all sorts of people. So people who people who are Jewish, people who aren't Jewish, people who are from whole other cultures, in different ways that were surprising, but also fulfillment of the prophecies that had come in the Old Testament. So the word that is used in the Greek is pneuma, and again, it can mean spirit or wind or air. So a similar kind of word in that way, even though it comes from a totally different language. It can also mean the force that gives life to the body. So for the Jews, that force was the breath. But yeah, it's kind of a bit more general in the Greek. Any particular thoughts on that? I didn't change the picture apparently on that one. So I hope you're looking forward to lunch. I don't know if it's pasta. Pasta's good.
Like the connectedness of pasta.
Right. I did it on purpose. Yeah. All right. Within Christian theology, the Spirit's understood in lots of different ways. So Augustine, who was writing in the 4th century, talks about, when he's writing about the Trinity, he talks about the Spirit as the bond of love between the Father and the Son, that the Spirit's found in this love, which is very nice. Also, can cause issues when we talk about the Spirit as a bond of love rather than a person, in terms of how we think about the Trinity in 3 persons. But that's all right. I think of Augustine. He wrote other good things. Athanasius talks about the idea of the Spirit as the creator and sanctifier, that only a divine Spirit could sanctify or kind of make holy humanity. And the Holy Spirit's also the one by whom we're enlightened, that the Holy Spirit helps us to learn more things about who God is and reveals different things to us. Yeah, and again, in Genesis, it talks about the Spirit hovering over the waters. So again, we see that idea of the involvement of the Trinity and the Spirit in creation. Also talks about Basil of Caesarea, talks about the idea that the Spirit helps to make perfect the people of God, helps the people of God to be made, as they were meant to be. The Holy Spirit is also considered often to be wisdom. One of the really interesting things for me as a geek in this area is that there's a lot of talk in the Old Testament and the New Testament about the personification of wisdom, which is called Sophia. And so you see, in places like Proverbs, the idea of wisdom walking through the streets going, why is no one wise? Why does no one has wisdom? Why are people living in this way? And so for some, such as Irenaeus, this personification of wisdom is seen as the work of the Spirit, that the Spirit is this wisdom. It's not super clear cut. Sophia is not a member of the Trinity, but this idea of the wisdom of God certainly feeds into different places. There's a theologian in Melbourne, my friend Sally, whose surname I don't remember. Anyway, but she's writing a lot about the wisdom of God in Jesus at the moment. So the idea of that. Interestingly, Sophia, wisdom, is always feminine in the Gospels, so in the Bible. So thinking about Jesus as that personification kind of brings together this feminine and this masculine within that, which is just interesting work that she's doing. For a lot of time, the Holy Spirit was not written about a lot. And this kind of changed around the 1980s. Now, of course, that doesn't mean people weren't talking about the Holy Spirit, particularly with Pentecostalism starting in the early 20th century. There was a lot of thinking about and a lot of experience of the Spirit. But a lot of Pentecostal Christianity didn't do a lot of kind of study and academic theology until around the beginning of the 20th century, probably, that sending ministers to college and all that kind of stuff became a much more important practice in that section of Christianity. So there wasn't a lot of academic writing and other writing about the Holy Spirit from that group until that particular point in time, which is really interesting. Whereas now we see, Alpha Crucis College, which is one of the significant theological colleges in Australia, coming from a Pentecostal background, and Pentecostal scholars doing heaps of amazing stuff, which is really cool. A lot of theologians have found that the renewal of pneumatology, which is the study of the Spirit coming from the Greek word, promoted the role of women in the church in different ways, because a lot of the metaphors for the Spirit tend to be feminine or neutral within the Greek writings, because of course, English being what it is, has only masculine and feminine. We have no neuter kind of pronouns, although we're developing them in response to different things that are happening, which is great. But the lack of neuter pronouns also causes problems when we start to think about theologically about different things as well. All right. And then it talks about we believe in the church, which is good because Christians tend to form churches. So it's good that there's some sort of belief about that. Let's check the time, we're about up to. So we've got big C church versus little c church, which, as in all disciplines, there are significant terms. Church is one of them. With a big C, it tends to mean the church universal. So rather than a particular denomination or place, or, if you're writing the Anglican church, it's proper nouns, so you're going to use capital letters. But when people talk about church with a capital C, it means the church everywhere throughout all time. When it's lowercase c, they mean a particular church or kind of church. That kind of clear. So if you do any reading, that tends to be the difference between them. And then we've got denominations, which makes things very complex, because one of the things that we said earlier is that the Creed talks about believing in one holy Catholic and Apostolic Church. And what those words mean is holy means kind of set aside or of God, being made holy might be a better way to put it. Catholic meaning universal rather than Roman Catholic. So Catholic is another word for the universal. And apostolic meaning of the apostles. So different denominations look at this in different ways. So in the Orthodox, Anglican and Catholic churches, apostolic means that there is a line of succession from the apostles in the first century, who were leaders in the church, to the bishops now by laying on of hands. So that each successive generation laid hands on the next leaders who laid hands on the next leaders. So the idea is that you can trace that back to the apostles, which for the Anglican church meant that when they decided not to be Roman Catholic and a lot of the bishops fled to the continent, they had to round up as many bishops as they could to make some Anglican bishops so that they could be proper bishops. It's also one of the reasons that, because the Anglican church was originally in discussions with the Presbyterian church, the Methodist church and the Congregationalist churches to consider becoming part of the uniting church when they joined. And one of the reasons that the Anglicans decided not to is that one of the kind of core elements of Anglicanism is the episcopate, the bishop. So when the other churches decided, no, we're not going to have a bishop, the Anglican church went, I think that's a bridge too far for us. That's kind of foundational to how we understand being apostolic. But different groups believe it in different ways. So, so for the Uniting Church, it's about following in the tradition of the apostles, rather than necessarily that apostolic succession that the other churches believe in. But the one that we haven't covered is the idea of one holy Catholic and Apostolic Church. And it's a complex question because there are so many different churches. And there's the joke about the Protestants that they started protesting and they just never stopped. And so there's just more and more Protestant churches because we don't know how to stop protesting. So what does it mean to be one church in the midst of that? For most churches, what it comes down to is that common belief in the creeds of the church that we're kind of talking about today. And so that the idea is these creeds being developed before the split of the church between East and West. Doesn't mean the church hadn't split before that. There were churches likely in India and in parts of Asia and all that kind of stuff that really had nothing to do and didn't know much about all of the debates that were happening in the Roman Empire between these different groups. But it kind of comes back to these councils. From the 15th century, so we've got the official split in 1054, which is called the Great Schism, again, coming from that idea of the Spirit and where the Spirit proceeds from, but also other factors as well. You know, when you don't give people enough time to get to councils that are considered important, it's probably going to start breaking that relationship. One of the other things that split them was the beliefs about imagery of God, because of course the Eastern Church, coming from much more Jewish roots, didn't think that imagery of God was necessarily a good thing in churches, because as the Jews don't, making pictures of God and pictures of Jesus, they considered problematic. The Western Church had no problem with it. Again, that was part of the reason for this split between them. And then from the 15th century onwards, we start seeing Protestantism in all of its different forms, with Lutheranism and Calvinism, and the Anglican Church sort of sitting in the middle between these very reformed churches and these and the Roman Catholic Church. And of course, we have dialogues with the Eastern Church and all sorts of other churches as well. So Anglicanism as the via media, or the middle way, is a great ideal. How it works out is, of course, more difficult because it allows for a diversity in belief and opinion. That, of course, gets complicated when people believe passionately different things within the same church. And certainly that's seen on a worldwide scale at the moment. Any thoughts or questions about that? Okay. Oh, excellent. It's nearly lunchtime. It's nearly there. I thought I saw it arriving down here. So we've just got 2 more slides left. We've got some time for questions. Another one is the sacraments. So it talks about we believe in one baptism. It's interesting, isn't it, that there tend to be 2 major sacraments in the church of baptism and communion. And yet in the creeds, they talk about we believe in one baptism. They don't say anything about communion. Again, it's because of things that were happening in the context. So people were asking questions like, do I need to be rebaptized because, as I mentioned, you know, the minister who baptized me, turns out they're not such a good person. Does that need to happen again? And so here we get this affirmation that we believe in one baptism for the remission of sins. And the reason one baptism is because it only needs to happen once. You don't need to you need to shower multiple times in your life, but you don't need to be baptized multiple times. At the time that the creed was written, most people weren't baptized as infants. They were baptized as adults, and often on their deathbed, actually. And the reason they were baptized on their deathbed was because there was the question of what happens if you sin after you've been baptized. And so people got quite stressed about this idea. And so they'd only be baptized right before they died so that they couldn't commit any sins and all of their sins in baptism could be taken away. Now, the theology of those things has changed a little bit since then, but it's an interesting thing. So there are a number of people who recovered from horrible illnesses and found themselves baptized and thought, gosh, I have to live a completely different life now. Augustine himself was baptized when he was very, very sick. His mother baptized him and then he got better. I'm not sure if he wanted to get better or not, but, given the theology of the time. Now that's shifted, and there are some churches that practice only adult baptism, like the Baptist church that look at believers' baptism. So a person needs to be able to talk about what they believe and say that in order to be baptized. And often, if you've been baptized as an infant to become a full member of the Baptist church, you need to get rebaptized, which again asks questions about the one baptism. And then there are other churches that practice mostly infant baptism with some adult baptisms. So it's all different. And certainly in the Bible, when baptism is practiced amongst early Christians, we see whole households being baptized together. So the young, the old, the children, everybody getting baptized together, which is for everyone the justification of why they do it when they do it, regardless of those times. But yes, the idea that one baptism is sufficient, it's all you need. Often at Easter, baptism vows get renewed, but there's not a rebaptism. It's just like going to a renewal of vows in a wedding, that kind of thing. And so then we've got communion, and that was just such a common practice amongst the churches that there wasn't the need to talk about it in the creeds. They weren't debating it or anything like that. It was just something that they did. They didn't feel the need to slot it in there. Later, the church comes to believe in more sacraments, particularly in the Roman church. And so we end up with the 7 sacraments. I always remember it as you can't have them all because one of them is marriage and one of them is ordination. And then Roman church, you can't have them all. You can only collect 6 of the 7. Protestant churches started off with different numbers of sacraments. So Luther talks about the idea of 3 sacraments in some of his earlier writings. So baptism, communion, and confession, which he continued to think was important, and that Jesus had said to confess your sins to one another, and Paul had talked about that as well. And then later he changed his mind and talked about 2. And a lot of Protestant churches talk about 2. Anglicanism is confusing because it talks about, in one of the articles, about there being 2, but a lot of people who are Anglican will talk about things like the sacrament of marriage. And I'm always thinking, what do you mean? Do you believe marriage is a sacrament? Do you not believe marriage is a sacrament? I'm very confused about these things. So my opinion of my reading of the 39 articles and the history of Anglicanism would be that Anglicans believe in 2 sacraments, but certainly there are people who believe in the sacramental elements of other sacraments, that there is holiness and things around things like marriage. But in many ways, it matters for a lot of the theology and the arguments that are going on in the church at the moment, particularly around marriage, about whether people think about it as a sacrament or not. Because if it's not a sacrament, does it matter as much who gets married? If it is a sacrament, I can see it being more important. If it's not, we seem to get very excited about something that maybe we don't need to get as excited about. So again, different ways of thinking and understanding. Is it about blessing? Is it about, what is it about? Don't have time for that. You can ask Mark those questions this afternoon. And then of course, these all fit into what it means to live as a Christian. So I mentioned that the Anglican Church uses the 39 Articles of Religion. Lots of different denominations and churches have their own statements of belief. Often you might go to the website of a church and it talks about what we believe, and there might be a statement of faith or a statement of this. And different churches have decided different things on that. So you've got things like the Wesleyan Confession, or the Westminster Confession, which is used by the Presbyterian Church, the Catechism in the Roman Catholic Church. The Uniting Church, interestingly, in their discussions, decided just to go with the creeds. So they've got the basis of union, which is the basis of their union together, but their belief comes in the form of the creeds, and that's their primary belief system. And for Anglicans, it tends to be thinking around the scriptures, the articles, and the prayer book as well. Because as I've said, Anglicans are sort of people of the two books. But some of these things that we've talked about help us to work out some of those questions of what is primary and what is secondary. But as we've also seen, when we base all those things about what is primary and what is secondary just on the creeds, we're also basing them on the arguments that are going on in a particular context at a time. So we see that huge section about Jesus in the creeds, and yet almost not much about things like the church and things like the Holy Spirit and all of those different things. It talks about baptism, but not communion. Does it mean that those things aren't important altogether in our faith? Does it mean that we just talk about them or worry about them less? So there's lots of different questions that can be raised from how we think about those things. And then the question of, well, what role should context play? We talked at the beginning with Tillich saying we need to rethink and re-articulate core truths for each new generation to make them understandable, to make them accessible so that people understand what we're talking about in a language that is understandable or makes sense to them. So while the core bits may remain the same, how we articulate them might be different in different times. So as you think about those, what role do you think context can or should play in terms of the way that people think about doing theology?
That's a major role, doesn't it? It has to be living your life. How the community is looking at it.
Yeah.
I think I think of it as basically, do you then have to discuss, well, okay, the Bible, is it written by humans? Or is this God? And if God, does God just apply to that time? Or is it infallible? Then regardless of context, his word is true. And we might wrestle with that and may not understand it. But if it's written by humans, then like the Bible can change in every context.
Well, and most of the history of the church, we've talked about the idea is inspired, so written by humans, inspired by God.
Yeah.
Rather than simply written by God. So what does that look like? What does divine inspiration look like? Does it mean every single word and comma is of God? In which case, God has some pretty bad grammar at points. Like what is the role of the human person in being inspired by God writing scriptures? And it's one of those questions.
And like what makes us human, like you said, you've been looking into anthropology, like, so you obviously know a lot about this, but like what makes a human, has that changed really, humanity?
Yeah.
Like if we look at the simplest of humans, that hasn't changed. Is the message still the same?
Yeah.
And the disciplines or commands still the same?
Yeah.
I taught CRL for the first time last year, and I was pretty nervous to get up there and obviously speak, because I thought, well, what if they ask me questions and I don't know the answer and that type of thing.
It happens to me all the time.
Yeah, and that's the thing. And I said to my students, it was year 7s, and I said, look, no disrespect, but they go, oh, I've got CRL. And I said to them, I want you to not look at your timetable and think that. I want you to think, oh, this is where we get to discuss kind of life. That's how I tried to kind of sell it to them. And so I found it really interesting, because I had one student who came up with the idea that the Bible is almost like the internet of their time, in terms of like putting their ideas down. And obviously we have so much in our context now in terms of where we can go for information, but that was their only information, which I thought was quite an interesting idea. But for them, or for me, as I taught kind of the lessons, I suppose, and it really made me think about how, yes, it's thousands of years old, but how it's still relevant to today.
Yeah.
And I think the students then started to understand, oh, hang on a minute, this here, yes, it's an older story, I said, but it gets passed down through generations. And how do we look at our context now, and how does it kind of create meaning for us. And by the end of the year, like I thoroughly enjoyed teaching it, and the kids, we had a little box. If they had a question, they'd put it in, and I used to go to the head of CRL and go, I don't know the answer to this. And she's like, neither do I. And I'm like, oh, okay. Then it's like, do you know what I mean? I think that's a lot of the time. I don't know about you, but when it comes to faith, because we sometimes are quite compact in terms of not wanting to ask, because I don't want to seem kind of disrespectful, or I don't want to appear kind of ignorant, or do you know what I mean? But I think when I taught it, I thoroughly enjoyed it, because the kids, and you know what year sevens are like, they'll ask anything. And as I said, sometimes I really didn't know the answer, but we kind of worked it through together. So I think when we're looking at context, I do think it, for me personally, when I look at it, I think it does play an important role. So
And I mean, what you just said about not knowing the answers is really important too. And, you know, there's so much complexity in all of these things that some people have very, very firm answers within Christianity. Some people have less firm answers, and it makes things really complex. And I mean, I quite like working with kids, but also I loved teaching summer school at Flinders Uni, because most of those people didn't come from a background of faith, and so no one had ever taught them not to ask those questions. And so as a theologian, I was so excited, because they're asking the questions that I wished that people would ask me. But most of my students coming from a Christian background go, well, I can't ask. They don't even think to ask that question. It's not even in their sort of brain to go in that direction. So I quite enjoy that. So it's fun, and I don't always have the answers. You know, after a decade of study, I just don't have the answers. But it's okay. We work it out together. Well, thank you very much. I hope that you enjoy your session this afternoon with Mark, and please do. So I'm running this unit. Mark is running kind of the unit as a whole, so the course as a whole. So if you have any questions about this unit or about the assessment, please feel free to contact me. Mark is actually, bless him, he's on sabbatical this semester, but because of the scheduling conflict with my other class, he is coming in to take it. So this is the only teaching he's doing all semester. And I'm very grateful to him for coming back from his research for that. So please be nice to him. Not that you wouldn't be, but you know, so thank you very much. If you have any questions, send us an email. I'm very happy to do that. Thank you.
What time do you want us back?
Oh, that's a great question. I think he was thinking 1. So feel free to.
We're teachers, but you never get that.
Yeah. I'm 10 minutes. I'm pretty sure that, he said to me, oh, you finish it, I'll do that. So feel free to take a walk, whatever you like. Take some time.
Thank you.
That's why we can't believe you, because you've tried before and you've done this. That's why we're at the point now of just cutting to the chase. So there was no pushback from the parents at that point as well? Or for any of those 3? Yeah, Seb and Angus is the same thing. Not just support, but I feel that's an important trick that I've only learned in recent years, is to go. You need to go home and make this right now. No phone calls, no pushback, no getting home and going, oh, but, you know, well, there was, and others, you know, encourage whatever. Just say what you've said here, be honest about it, or otherwise parents will go, oh, don't know about this.
But I think there's an element of the parents subscribing to, you're going to piss senior school.
Well, I heard that you had a.
Yep.
Session. Some of you have noticed that I don't look the same. For all intents and purposes, I am a Christian because I'm not really, I'm actually on sabbatical. But Christy has not mastered being in 2 places at once, and she has to teach a session this afternoon. So that means that any of the really hairy questions that you have,
still be directed to Reverend Dr. Kappa. You will meet later. But my name is Mark. How you all going? So, were there any questions from the first session? If the provisor that wasn't here probably pointed out. Yeah, that's a bit of a hard sell. I have one question. Did Christy get to the white Jesus?
Yeah.
Oh, good. So that means one, that you saw that very quickly. Second, the video, because we're going to get to, well, let's talk about what we're going to do, what I'm going to do with this session. So I've preempted myself a little bit. I will need to do a little bit of talking, probably for the first hour. And certainly, please feel free to interrupt me if you have any questions about what we're talking about. But primarily what we're going to be talking about is the significance of Jesus. Jesus is kind of a big deal in Christian theology and in world history. But it was not always so. So Jesus, as you probably are already aware or will be aware, to Dr. Miles's module on New Testament, was a fairly obscure Hebrew artisan for most of his life. That's difficult for us to wrap our heads around because, of course, Jesus sort of seems like this towering figure in history. And indeed, for a lot of us, history is kind of divided by when Jesus, like before Jesus lived and after Jesus has arrived and a dominant era of our Lord. But it's actually quite a staggering reality that Jesus has become such a deal in world history. And the question really becomes, some might say it's not necessarily a particularly theological question. I think it is. What kind of image or idea of Jesus do we have? And how is it different from the so-called historical Jesus? So the Jesus who was that Hebrew artisan who walked the dusty paths of Capernaum, travelled to Jerusalem, and was executed by a hostile state, and according to Christian belief, rose from the dead. How far away or how close are we to that guy? If I were to ask you what kind of ideas fly through your head when I say the word Jesus, and indeed what the churches say about Jesus and what theologians say about Jesus. So this is a question that's really exercised a lot of theologians, probably since the Enlightenment. So we're going to talk about the various quests for the historical Jesus, but I don't want to just leave it there. I want to talk about the significance of these quests and the significance of the person of this historical Jesus and his actual message, if we can even discover what that is, for particular groups, particularly the liberation theologians, which is a group of theologians that emerged from the Catholic Church, particularly in South America, but also have offshoots, Black theology, so in North America. Feminist theology, and beyond feminist theology, womanist theology, neo-Arista theology, so theologies of women and what the significance of the historical Jesus might be for those theologies. And finally, more broadly, the promise of political theology, so how the historical Jesus, if that is someone we can get to, and certainly one of the first questers for the historical Jesus, a man named Albert Schweitzer, didn't think it was possible to recover the historical Jesus. That big quest goes on. But what the actual person Jesus means for liberation and politics, generally speaking. So once we've done that, I want to lead us through some of the ways that Jesus has been represented in the arts, and some of them are quite surprising. Maybe that was for me. So. And some of those involve film, so hopefully we'll be able to access those films. says questions at the end. As I said, please ask questions throughout. Do you have any now? So that's a statue of Rip Van Winkle. Tell me about Rip Van Winkle.
Fell asleep for 20 years.
He did fall asleep. When he woke up, well, it's a little bit different. So I want you to imagine a much longer lived Rip Van Winkle. Maybe he's elvish. One of those, the long lived. Say that Rip Van Winkle falls asleep. And he falls asleep. Let's say it's around 70 AD or BC. Sorry, CE. 70 AD or 70 CE. So around about the time of the fall of Jerusalem. And then he wakes up in the 5th century, so say around 4. Now this, I think, Rip Van Winkle would be astonished that he fell asleep when the city that this Hebrew carpenter was kind of associated, at least he died there, which had just been levelled to the ground by Titus, the eventually the Roman Emperor. This Jesus had become a really big deal. And also the Roman Empire was kind of not the Roman Empire anymore, it was kind of being ruled over there in of course what we now call modern Turkey, but Asia Minor had been moved to Constantinople. So the ancient city of Rome was no longer central to the Roman Empire, which is an interesting sort of problem. But mainly what I want to focus on is this Rip Van Winkle, like this Jesus who nobody knew about has suddenly become the central figure in the Roman Empire and kind of the official faith of the Roman Empire. But if he dozed off again and woke up now, I think he would be absolutely flabbergasted that Christianity has become the dominant creed in a much larger world as a result of conquest, mainly, and also proselytization, so mission by the European empires. So Jesus has become, as I started with, this really towering figure in history. And our Rick would be like, you know, I'd been asleep for a while, but when I died, nobody knew about this guy. So that's kind of a weird way of trying to introduce the fact that whoever Jesus was, the Jesus who's become significant in the modern world might be quite a different figure, because we see this guy who's been a really big deal 2,000 years. But when he lived, he actually wasn't that. A lot of people didn't know who he was. He certainly wasn't widely known beyond Palestine. But he's become, that's, well, whatever you think about Jesus, whether you hold a Christian belief about Jesus or not, or you hold another creed, or you don't have a religious faith at all, I think it's clear that for better or worse, Jesus is coming. See that graph? So see if I can do something about that. This is the result of research published by an organisation called the National Church Life Survey. And this is some recent research, so 2021. And this is some, they actually asked this question. And this is an interesting question, because I think some of the things that I've been talking to you about in the last 5 or 10 minutes feed into this question. So you can see from this, and there's some issues with the NCLS sampling. So you can see that when you asked it. They've asked under 1,300 people. So as I say, there's some issues with the accuracy of the sampling. But according to this graph, there's close to a quarter of Australians who think that Jesus probably didn't really exist. He's kind of a mythical character, whereas close to half are still believing that Jesus was a real person. And of course, this doesn't have anything to do with whether you believe Jesus lived and died and was resurrected, but just that you think he might have existed at all. And some of this is because I think there's a particular movement called Jesus mythicism, which you may have heard of, which is a kind of fringe group in scholarship, which is trying to say that, you know, maybe this Jesus didn't actually exist. It's kind of a cipher that's been made up. And one of their arguments is that there's so little about him in the historical record beyond, there's the Gospels, there's the New Testament. And those are kind of a big deal as well. But beyond those, you would expect to see a little bit more about him, or a lot more about him, given how it's written in the wider historical record. And we don't see that. And of course, the answer to that is the fact that we have any reference to Jesus at all beyond the New Testament is astonishing, because of how vast the Roman Empire was and how insignificant he actually was at the time he was around. So we do have records of Jesus' existence. But I think the Jesus mythicist movement has been actually quite successful in exploiting that idea, and so now there's a bit of doubt about whether Jesus actually existed at all. Because we think, well, it's such a big deal. How can there be not books written about him when he was around? Well, he wasn't actually. He's become a really big deal. So we could say, as I've said here, that the Jesus of history, the historical Jesus, has been completely overshadowed by his much more famous persona in Christ. Just gonna keep that. So I want to get in your minds the idea of this distinction between the Jesus of history and the Christ of faith. Jesus of history, that artisan who wandered the streets of Capernaum 2,000 years ago, and the Christ of faith, the person who towers over Western history. And that distinction, and it has become a distinction, it's modern, and it's grounded in the Enlightenment critiques of Christianity. One of the best known of these critiques was penned by an Enlightenment scholar named called Ephraim Lessing, unfull name, who argued that there was a gulf between the historical person of Jesus, who may or may not have performed miracles and been resurrected in the first century, and himself as a skeptical scholar committed to reason in the 18th century. And there's a little bit of context for that. In the Enlightenment, the idea is very much that if you can't establish it through reason, then it's not true. And so what Lessing is essentially trying to say is, I get there may have been Jesus. I get that. I get he may have performed miracles. I can't verify it because he's not here. But I get that may have happened. I even am on board with the idea maybe that he rose from the dead. I mean, again, can't confirm it, so I'm not sure I'm there yet, but I get it, and that might be okay. But I can't get from that, which represents being on this side, to here. And on this side for Lessing is what he might call saving faith in Jesus. So he can't get from historical record of a person who may or may not have lived, may or may not have died, may or may not have been resurrected, and did all of the stuff that's in the Gospels, to this, which is essentially the Christ of faith, the person who could save him from his sins and give him eternal life. He calls this the ugly, broad ditch, or the broad, ugly ditch that he couldn't navigate, couldn't get across. And this is a quote from Lessing on the proof of the Spirit. So proof has a little bit of a different meaning from the Enlightenment. We kind of think about proof in a very empirical way, but he's again talking about reason. How do I reason my way to knowledge that these things happen? So I do not deny for a moment that prophecies were fulfilled in Christ, so he's willing to concede that. Don't deny for a moment that Christ performed miracles, but since the truth of these miracles seeks entirely to be proved by miracles still practical today, then merely reports of miracles. So again, Lessing saying, it didn't happen in front of me, I can't verify it myself, I do deny that they can and should bind me to the least faith in the other teachings of Christ. A little bit of a window there where he's saying, well, there's a chink in reasoning. I might be able to, if Jesus was here and he did some of the stuff that the Gospels tell me, maybe I could get there then. But as it stands, all I have are these reports of what Jesus did, reports that he lived, reports that he died. And again, he's not denying that those things happened, saying I can't get from that to believing that Jesus is, I guess, who Christianity says he is. And that, I think, is a confession of a lot of modern people. Yeah, I think, notwithstanding the graph I showed you a minute ago, where a quarter of Australians, sort of nearly a quarter of Australians, may not even believe that Jesus existed at all, but those who do might well say, well, look, I believe Jesus probably lived. I believe he was a great moral teacher. You probably heard that before. I believe he probably was executed. I'm not sure I can get on board with the rising from the dead business that Christians talk about, but I can't get from that to all of those things to believing that he's who the church has historically said that he is. And that's, as I say, that kind of distinction between, yes, there was a Jesus to Jesus is the Son of God, is very important. And the way that theology first responded was through the Great Dane, Soren Kierkegaard, who was a polymath and a genius. You just had to ask him that's intelligence. He wasn't remarkable too. He was raised by and educated by his father, and his father not educated, mentor, I guess you say, by his father in terms of education, and his father could perceive his genius, but he wanted to challenge him. So he said, "This is what I want to do. I don't want you to finish first in your class. I want you to finish fourth." So he had to, but in so doing, he had to manage his own performance and be able to perceive the abilities of his fellow students well enough to and that sounds manipulative, I'm sure that it probably is, but he was trying to challenge his son because he believed that school on its own wasn't going to do it. I'm sure that many parents that you speak to also think that their children are not need some kind of unique challenge. But in Kierkegaard's case, it might actually be true. But what Kierkegaard does with Lessing's critique is, in fact, to lean into it, say, you are right. We should stop talking about the Jesus of history and start talking about this Jesus of faith. Because knowing about that guy is not actually going to save anybody. What you need is this guy who was risen from the dead and who still exists today and is available through the Eucharist, through the preaching of the word, etc. So what you need is actually Christ of faith. So that distinction really comes to us from Kierkegaard's response. And that's where we start to see, well, okay, we're actually, theology is kind of turning away from the Jesus of history and saying what's important is Christ's faith. But that hadn't necessarily been acceptable to everyone, particularly as some groups within Christianity have said, well, yeah, but if we focus on this guy, then all we're doing is affirming everything that's being done in his name. And some of those things are not great. But I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. Any questions at this point? Okay. Start with Jesus. So coming to the 19th century, a number of scholars turned their attention to the figure of Jesus, this guy, the historical Jesus. who lived and died in Roman occupation of the 8th century. What can be known of this Jesus that stand up to modern standards of historical verification? It's a really interesting question because history as a discipline is really starting to hit its straps here. And a lot of what we have in the New Testament, and not just the New Testament, but some of the other sources that are extant, such as Josephus, Philo, the ancient sources, are not necessarily going to, a modern historian would kind of narrow their eyes at some of these and say, well, that doesn't really seem like a very good source. I need something better. So one of the ways to deal with this is to take the stuff we have, because we don't have an abundance of sources that modern historians could when have. I mean, think about the enormous amount of data that's available that we just give away now free of charge to whoever wants it. That's not available for each. The data that we have, the records that we have, a lot of them are lost. So, for example, the New Testament that we have now, we don't have an original of any of the texts in the New Testament. The best we can use is about a fourth copy. So I think the oldest text we have is a fragment of the Gospel of John, which is like a copy of a copy of a copy of a copy. So that's about as close as we can get to the original text. And that, as you can imagine, that's a very easily explainable phenomenon. But it still leaves us with a problem. How do we do this kind of historical verification when we don't have the kind of data that modern historians would like? So you see the problem. We're trying to find the historical Jesus, but we don't have the historical data that perhaps can stand up to the scrutiny of modern historians. So these scholars take the Gospels and the writing of the New Testament as important historical sources, and they treat them like that. They don't treat them as documents of faith, the way that perhaps they're treated if you were to wander into a church on Sunday morning, for example, and say it's an Anglican church, and when the Gospel is read, the deacon comes into the middle of the church, and everybody stands, and so it comes in the middle, so there'll be people here, people there, and everybody will turn their feet. Well, people who know to do that will turn it. A lot of people will be like, "What's going on?" Just came for a baptism, but people will turn their feet towards the reader. It's to symbolically indicate that they're turning their feet in the direction of the gospel, and we're going to walk in line with the gospel. So there's a whole liturgy, there's a whole theology about how these texts are used in the Christian tradition. So what these scholars are doing is treating them purely as sources of data, not the way that students necessarily should. And treating them skeptically. And I think it's fair to say that if you read, say, the Gospel of Luke, whoever the writer of Luke is, the writer of Luke definitely believed that Jesus was real. No doubt about that. The writer of Luke, and the whole thing is animated by that belief. So what these scholars are doing is saying, well, we need to look at this skeptically and say, what's actually going on here? What can we say is definitely true? And what can we say is affected by Luke's belief that Jesus rose from the dead? So, for example, this is a terrible example. If I were to be in a terrible accident and then 3 days later rise from death, your memory of this lecture might be very different. You might think, oh, there was something special about that guy. There's a kind of glow around his shining bald head that I saw. I always knew there was something special. Or, if I turn out to be some kind of, Vladimir Putin figure in 20 years' time, and be like, I was in that lecture with that guy once, and he gave me a really bad feeling. I don't know about anybody else, but I was watching and a little bat emerged from his ear and sort of flew around the room and then came back into this ear. Okay, so I told you it was a terrible example. the point is that if you know something, if you believe that somebody's special, it might distort your memory, or it might not. But that's one of the variables that scholars are playing with. How is Luke's memory of memory? So it wasn't an argument, but how is Luke's telling of the gospel actually affected by it? Enter the quest for the historical Jesus, or the quests. There's been three. So the first quest was criticised because it attempted to excise all of the miracles completely from Jesus' history. So these were regarded as mythology. So, for example, when there's stories in the Gospels of Jesus walking on the water, and these scholars will say, well, that's or stories where Jesus healed blind people. Again, these scholars are like, well, that's the sort of thing, again, going back to my terrible analogy from a minute ago, that you might say about a guy, if you really believed he died and rose from death, that he could do that sort of stuff. So we're not going to take that seriously. And I think that they were correctly criticised, because I think they dismissed a lot of stuff that really needs to be at least engaged in a scholarly way. So what they did, they ended up focusing mainly on the teaching of Jesus and said, well, this is probably real, that the miracle stuff maybe not so much. And I mentioned him at the beginning, one of the strongest critiques of this was by Albert Schweitzer. Extraordinary man, fancy polymath who seems to have been involved in just about every discipline. He's a medical doctor, a missionary, and somehow found time to write the Quest for the Historical Jesus, so the Quest of the Historical Jesus in 1906. And that book actually ended First Quest, because Schweitzer said what was blindingly obvious once someone had said, it's kind of like an emperor's new clothes moment. He said, what's happened here is that you scholars have recreated Jesus who looks exactly like you. That's what you've done. You haven't got to this guy at all. You've got to a Jesus who has all of your values, all of your ideas, and cares about all of the same things. And that's not actually historical Jesus. That's you sanctified, made holy. And that was, as you can imagine, but not devastating enough that the quest actually ended, because the second one started. And I think Kasperman, who's pictured here, Kasperman was a German scholar, New Testament scholar. He's pictured here with his daughter, who, that's quite a sad story, actually, not to distract anybody, but she disappeared under suspicious circumstances, nothing to do with him, but he obviously was devastated by that and spent the rest of his life searching for information about it. Anyway, so Bullmann, also a German New Testament scholar, and Kasperman, kickstarted this new second quest for the historical Jesus. So Bullmann does this by, I've already used this word, myth, by demythologizing the Gospels. So every time there's something in there that he thinks this is probably not real, this relates to what people think about, or what people would say about a guy they believe rose from the dead. In other words, that he walked on water, healed people blind, and sort of stuff. That's probably not true. What we need to do is get inside all of that stuff, tear it out like it's a kernel of, not the kernel, the other one, husk of a nut, and get to the kernel. So we need to get to the good part of the peanut. Actually, the gospel is a peanut, perhaps. Get inside there, get in there, and that's the good stuff that's nourishing, and the husk needs to be torn away. And that's actually a historical. So it was really left to Kasperman to try and do something historical, to try and discover the historical Jesus. So he does this mainly through looking at, because he was a New Testament scholar, mainly through looking at the New Testament texts, which of course are an abundant source of information about Jesus, and trying to figure out what we can say historically about Jesus from these texts. It came up with some astonishing criteria, which is still used today. So if you have yourself an English Bible, if you've seen one, some of the modern translations engage with some of Carson's methods to try and determine, because we have so many different variations of original Hebrew and Greek manuscripts, which ones are likely to be the best text. So that's really based on a lot of scholarship. Some of it's based on Carson's scholarship. So one of the things, and this might sound a little bit counterintuitive, one of the criteria that Carson used to establish what probably is historically true in the gospel records is the criteria of embarrassment. So, for example, there's a very famous story and it's in all four of the canonical gospels, Matthew, Mark, and Luke. And in this story, one of the disciples, Peter, claims to Jesus that he will never betray, he will never deny him. And Jesus responds, yes, you will. And these are the circumstances in which you will do this. And then that happens. So there's a prediction that Peter will deny Jesus. And then it actually happens in the story. And Carson says, using this criteria of embarrassment, that probably did, or almost certainly did happen. Why? It's embarrassing. Not just like, oh gosh, I'm wearing the same hat as that person over there. This is terrible, I have to go home. Embarrassing in a much deeper, stronger sense. Because Peter's a really, really important disciple of the early church. In Catholicism, for example, it's regarded as the first pope. And some forms of Anglicans hold the same idea. And even if in traditions that don't necessarily hold that, it's still regarded as very, very significant. So for someone of that magnitude, a story to be recorded about him doing something so scandalous, you wouldn't make it up. That's what Carson is saying. You wouldn't make a story like that up. Because it almost runs the risk of invalidating the whole faith. If someone so important to the faith screwed up so bad, so you wouldn't make the story up. So again, probably sounds a little bit counterintuitive, but taking all of the elements of Carson's method, he assembles a way and a method of trying to determine what in the Jesus tradition particularly is historically true and what is questionable. And you might think that would be the end of it, but it's not, because there was a third quest of historical Jesus. And some say this is continuing today. Some would say there's actually a fourth quest. So who knows how and Jesus, as I said, 100 big deal. Here is a cover of Time magazine, but this is not just about Jesus, but this story in Time was about the so-called third quest for the historical Jesus. The group called the Jesus Seminar. They produced analysis based on the 5 Gospels. Hang on, let me just say there were 4 Gospels, Mark. Yes, I did. It's 4 canonical Gospels. But the 5th Gospel that the Jesus Seminar drew upon was the Gospel of Thomas. The Gospel of Thomas is not regarded as part of the canon, that is, it's not part of the official New Testament, but it is a source of sayings. So, in other words, it's a source of, it's a text mainly comprised of Jesus sayings. So it doesn't have a lot of, or in fact, any miracle stories, for example. There's not a lot of story at all. It's basically Jesus talking. So this was, as you can imagine, quite an important consideration for Jesus. And so and you can have a look at this. There will be a copy at Murdoch if you're interested in the Murdoch Library one day. Big here at Wollaston, the Murdoch Library. And the Jesus Seminar go through the text of the New Testament and the Gospel of Thomas and say, well, this is probably original. This probably is stuff Jesus actually did and said it, and this is probably not. And so just to give you one example, they decided that the fourth gospel, Gospel of John, was probably not true, not historically true. So most of it's incorrect. So anyway, that's their contribution. Scholars such as John Donne have argued that the historical Jesus would be better termed the remembered Jesus, because the closest we can come to the historical figure is the authentic recollections of the eyewitness. So I think that's probably fair statement. And then reblurs the line between Jesus of history and Christ of faith, because the recollections of particularly the writers for canonical gospels, and possibly Gospel of Thomas, as I said, are conditioned by a belief that Jesus rose from the dead. So John Donne has recomplicated this and has said, actually, this group of scholars are interested in separating this guy from this guy, saying that we want Jesus before he was God, if you like, and separating him from this guy who's unquestionably, at least in the Christian tradition, God, or at least a very good deal. And John Donne's saying, well, actually, really all you've got is either this guy or maybe sort of this guy. So, in other words, you're never going to get the Jesus as he kind of knew himself. All you're going to get is Jesus who was known to the people who wrote about him as somebody who rose from the dead. And that's going to affect, not necessarily distort, but affect the historical. So that's 35 minutes on how we may not ever be able to get to historical Jesus. So are there any questions? I have a question. Why do I care? Did you ever do that? I read news stories and particularly I don't read news stories, so I read the headlines. Saving me a lot of time. And it says, something like, why Meghan and Harry are terribly upset about being evicted from something. And I always think, no, that's the wrong question. The right question is, why do I care? And the answer is I don't, so I don't really care. So that I think is a legitimate question that you could ask me. Why is all of this stuff important other than for a bunch of scholarly nerds like myself? Why does it matter today? And that's what I want to spend the next little while addressing. Because it turns out that this Jesus, the historical Jesus, is really important to some groups. Because they want to say, actually, remember this Jesus, this Christ of faith? Well, a lot of stuff has been done in his name that has been things like colonization, things like oppression of women, all sorts of and oppression of the LGBTQ community, all sorts of stuff that we want to say, well, actually, this guy, if we can only get back to this guy, he really wouldn't be on board with that. So that's why we really need to get back to this guy. So, and first among those groups that I want to talk about is the liberation theologians. So liberation theologians perceive in Jesus, particularly the Jesus that they encounter in the Gospels, particularly it has to be said in the third Gospel, so the Gospel of Luke, a figure of liberation, a figure of emancipation, somebody who is interested in overturning structures of injustice, structures of slavery, and actually liberating people. Marginalised populations, colonised ethnicities, women, LGBTQ people, LGBT plus people, place faith in the Jesus' encountered in the narratives of the New Testament as a figure of emancipation who declares the year of the Lord's favour. So this is a quote, a very significant quote in the third Gospel, where Jesus kind of announces his mission statement, if you like. When he came to Nazareth, where he brought up, he went to the synagogue on Sabbath, he stood up to read, and the scroll of the prophet Isaiah was given to him. He unrolled the scroll, found the place where it was written. The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because he has anointed me to bring good news to the poor. You sent me to proclaim release to the captives and recovery of sight to the blind, to let the oppressed go free, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favour. And he rolled up the scroll, gave it back to the attendant, and sat down. The eyes of all in the synagogue were fixed on him, and he began to say to them, "Today the scripture has been fulfilled in your hearing." There's some interesting elements in that. First of all, the preacher in the synagogue sits down, doesn't stand like I'm doing now. I'm standing, by the way, not to exercise some kind of power relationship. I mean, there's that, I suppose, but there's also the fact that I have a bad back, so it's sitting down. And if that's true of you, by the way, please feel free to get up and do whatever you need to do. Why am I doing this? No idea. Let's get back to it. But more importantly, this is one of the texts that, as I said, the third gospel, that the liberation theologians in particular look at and say, that's the Jesus we need. Because that guy, the Christ of faith, not necessarily blaming him, but a lot of people have done stuff in his name that is kind of the opposite of that, right? They've gone to South America, they've gone to North America, they've gone to Africa, they've gone to Australia, and they haven't preached the recovery of sight to the blind or at least captives or whatever the press go through. They've taken people captive, they've blinded people, they've tortured people, they've killed people. So, and that was all done. Some of it was done believing that they were extending the mission of this guy. So what we need is to go back to this guy, because this guy would disavow it. So as you can imagine, getting back to this Jesus of history, Jesus who said things like this, I guess according to the Gospel, has become very, very important to the liberation. So primarily, the liberation theologians are South American Catholic theologians and biblical scholars, and they hold that the Jesus of history was a figure profoundly concerned with emancipation, setting people free, and not just people, but changing unjust structures. And here's the thing, not just in the future, not pie in the sky by and by, but now, in the present. Liberation theologians accuse the church of ignoring this element of the message of Jesus, focusing instead on the eschatological and spiritual significance of Jesus' teaching. Eschatological, that is a word that's longer than Vegemite. What does it mean? All right, eschaton or eschatos, I should say, is a Greek word, it means the end. So eschatology, when you see ology on the end of things, again, based on the Greek word, which is logos, so, which is word, a word about, discourse about. So eschatology is study of the end. Words about, discourse about. So literally the end of the world. And Jesus, at least according to the Gospels, had a lot to say about the end of the world, and the New Testament had a lot to say about it. What the liberation theologians are trying to say is a lot has been done in the name of this guy, saying the end of the world is nigh. You don't need to worry about being poor. You don't need to be worried about patriarchy. You don't need to worry about slavery, because it's all going to be over soon. The end of the world is coming, and everything will be beautiful and equal and wonderful. Liberation theologians are saying, no. This Jesus is interested in transforming this world, not just waiting, not just making us wait for a perfect kind of utopia in the future, making utopias. This is from a very famous liberation theologian, Leonardo Boff, who was actually kicked out of the Catholic Church by Cardinal Ratzinger, who you probably know better as Pope Benedict XVI. He was Cardinal Ratzinger before he was Pope Benedict XVI. That's when he kicked out. Because the message of the liberation theologians is not a comfortable one for not just the Catholic Church, but for those in power, and not just the Church. the conversion demanded by Jesus is not simply theoretical. It's not just a change. It's primarily concerned with attitudes and concrete practice. Concrete, which I guess we think of as that grey substance that skyscrapers are made of, or things that hold things together. When I guess theologians and philosophers use concrete, they mean something that actually happens in real life. It has solid substance, it's tangible. Not concerned solely with human beings as inviolable senses of personal freedom, not just with their hearts, it's also concerned with human beings as concrete creatures, again, so we're not imagining concrete figurines, but actual human beings, flesh and blood, involved in a whole network of living relationships. These altered relationships will express concrete forms of liberation and anticipate the kingdom of God. So not just something in the future, but something now changes the world. And remember, they're saying that this Jesus, this historical Jesus, this is his death, this is what he's all about. That's why we need to return to him and start talking about that one. The liberation theologians begin with the human Jesus who is revealed to be the savior of the world through his life and action. So in theology, that's often called a Christology from below. So if you were to read, for example, the second gospel of Mark, probably named after, I suppose. That begins with, actually Mark's a terrible example. Let's go with Matthew. So in Matthew, you start, so all of the stuff you see at Christmas is based on Matthew and Luke. The nativities of those ones, not in John. But it begins with a baby who becomes grown up, and eventually we discover through the plot of the gospel that he was the Son of God all along. Right? John's different. John sort of starts with Jesus. It's comes down to that. That's what the liberation theologians are saying. We need a Christology from below. We need to return to the human Jesus who is revealed as God. And they still believe that he's the Son of God. Don't worry about that. But we need to start with what he did and what he actually said and how he tried to change this world, not just how he sort of affected some kind of personal salvation so that we can all get into the next world. And that would be awesome. That's kind of their project. So the historical Jesus turns out to be very important. You can read the quote, you can't see Romero's face, but my notes, actually, they're already up. So if you access Moodle, you'll be able to find the notes and follow them to that. But Romero, as you can see, and he was assassinated for his pains, but he's not interested in just a gospel or a gospel winning good news, the news of the theology of salvation, which is just about personal salvation. It gets you to heaven. He's not interested in that. That's a waste of time. I want to see something that touches the real sin of society, which is going to be playing. That sin for liberation theologians has 3 levels. So there's personal sin, and this is where a lot of people will stop. A lot of Christians will stop and say, yes, no doubt, we're right there with you. People sin, people do bad things, they need to repent of their sin, and Jesus can save them of their sin. And their sins are the personal deeds, the personal actions, or lack of actions. So again, coming back to churches on a Sunday, in an Anglican church, you might pray the prayer of access. It says, forgive us for all the things we did and all the things we didn't do. It's talking about personal sin. But the liberation theologians add 2 levels. Social sin, society as a whole has a responsibility for social sin. Liberation theologians focus on attitudes like racism, oppression of the poor, and structural sin. So when social sin becomes complicit and embedded in unfair laws and structures within society. And so some of the critiques of someone you may have heard of, a bit of a controversial figure these days, the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, deals with some of the same stuff. So he wants to talk about, if you get a chance, and if you're interested, I'm happy to link to it, to read a letter from a Birmingham jail, one of the most famous things that Martin Luther King wrote. And he talks about the need to oppose the law if the law is unjust. And how do you kind of make that distinction? So he wrote that letter to his fellow clerics. He wrote that letter to other priests, preachers, pastors, because they were all saying to him, what are you doing, mate? You're in jail, you broke the law. You're a Christian pastor, you can't do that. He's like, well, hang on. What if the law itself is the problem? And that's actually a very difficult argument to make. I think you know, one of the things he's basing it on is the idea that a society can structurally be sinful, and all of the oppression and marginalisation can actually be baked into the cake of society, into its laws and ways that they happen. Any questions? Afterwards, it's tough. Can't read all of that. When I give food to the poor, they call me a saint. When I ask why the poor have no food, they call me a communist. So this is something that liberation theologians often dealt with. And one of the reasons that they were called communists is not just because of that, but because they've been accused of baptizing Karl Marx, who wrote with Frederick Engels, the Communist Manifesto. And I think that's probably fair. They do use a lot of Marx's stuff. Marx was not a huge friend of religion. Probably, if you heard anything that Marx said, but that's regarding Ethiopia masses. In fact, I think I'll come back to Marx, my session with you. So, Marx is for an exploration there. So Jesus of history was more than an abstraction, more than an idea, more than a whispered thought, more than even just a presence in the Eucharist or a presence in the preached word. He was knowing who this guy was an emancipatory imperative. But imitation of Jesus' life is not enough because Jesus' context is very different. I think that kind of goes without saying, but I'm going to say it anyway. We can make the mistake of believing that the ancient people in antiquity were exactly like us, wearing clothes, togas, or whatever comes into my head. If you've seen like Claudius or Gladiator, or even The Last Temptation. Mel Gibson. So you've seen the way that people dressed, Passion of Christ, that's one, thank you. You've seen the way people dress and you think, well, they're kind of just like us. And that's something I'll talk about a lot more in the final session. But then they weren't. It's actually impossible to get into the worldview of antiquity. They were very profoundly different. And that's important to remember. So just imitating Jesus' life is not enough. You really do need to engage in an activity called hermeneutics, which is interpretation. You need to look at the life of Jesus and say, well, how is this emancipatory imperative going to play out now? Some people simplify this to say, what would Jesus do? There's you can get bracelets that say WWJ. I don't know if you still get that. And that's a good question. It's not necessarily an easy answer. Because remember that the idolatry of that ended up with the first quest. When you start to reconstruct Jesus and he ends up looking exactly like you. And then it turns out he would do exactly the same thing as you. And then you sort of think, well, actually not. What I've done is not found Jesus. I've found someone who's remarkably like me. And that can be a problem. Liberation theologians point to the delay of parousia. Parousia is this fancy theological word for the second coming of Jesus, as the crucial time in which Jesus' followers are called to enact his vision of utopia. Utopia is a word invented by Sir Thomas More, and again, coming from More as a classical scholar. This word topos comes from topos, which means place. And you has two meanings. So either you is a negation. So if you put you in front of topos, it means topos. But if it's EU, that means good. So it also means good place. And if you're thinking that's confusing and why didn't St. Thomas More nail it down and tell us what he really meant? That's just the kind of guy that he was, and he really wanted us to think about it. So utopia literally means either good place or no place. In other words, it means paradise, but it also means something that can't really exist. It's just sort of something you can think of. And if it's just something that can't really exist, then actually trying to instantiate it can be problematic. And we've seen that repeatedly throughout history. Yes, the liberation theologians are saying we need to keep trying, even if every time we try it's been a spectacular mess. And in some cases, I think that's fair to say. Need to keep trying. That's what the liberation theologians say. They don't say, they'll never let us off the hook and say, well, that didn't work. Give up and just accept the way things are. Never. Because for them, that's not what Jesus. Concrete instantiation is where the people need it. Just as God is revealed as Yahweh, the story of the liberation of the Hebrew slaves in the Old Testament, Exodus. Literally, I am what I am, or a better translation, I will be what I am. God will be known. Sorry, I said Yahweh. That's a seminar for another time, probably Dr. Sue Bora gets that with you when we talk about the Old Testament. That's the closest we can get to the Hebrew name of God. That it is vowels. So God is revealed as the God who will free the slaves. And that's what the liberation theologians say. We need to know Jesus as the guy, and we need to do theology as a community that wants to liberate, not enslave. Any questions? When do you survive?
Yes.
That's a flower. Jesus of history challenges not only class struggle and inequality, colonial oppression, but also other areas of equality, including patriarchy. But how? Jesus was a dude. Jesus was a man. How can Jesus challenge patriarchy? The feminist theologian claim exactly that. First of all, they say that historically Jesus' attitudes to women were remarkably emancipatory for the period he's living. And I think they're on very solid ground. But they actually go back to the sacred texts themselves to locate the liberative message at the time of the Lord's favour, which we looked at in a minute ago. The problem that they run into very quickly, the feminist theologians, particularly the feminist biblical scholars, is that there is a paucity, there's a very limited amount of references to women, particularly in the New Testament. Now, why might that be? Exactly. I agree. That's exactly that's what I was hoping to say. Yes, written by men, and so I'm not saying that all of the male monks that were copying the New Testament as it was originally written, or indeed the writers themselves, are sort of crossing out. We're going to talk about these women. What's going on here? It's not necessarily as deliberate or vindictive as that, although it might be. It's just that a lot of them, women would have been just wouldn't have appeared on the radar at all.
Isn't there a lot of reference to women? When I think of it, like tell the Roman centurion, forget about your daughter who's dying, look after this woman. Then he appears first to women, he talks first with women, like the woman at the well, the woman who's stoned, they would have changed all those, right? Like might be fun. Back in those times, like now, I go, oh, here's like our disciples first, or like, oh, we went to the stone and saw healing there first. Like,
Yes,
aren't they?
Stories are different in all of the Gospels, but yes, you're right. For example, in the Gospel of Mark, the first knowledge of the resurrection is to women. Using Carson's criteria of embarrassment, we can say, and as many feminists do say, that where you see a female in the text, it's because they were so sick they couldn't be actually admitted. And so this is particularly been applied around the figure of I don't remember the anxious name for some reason. That's brilliant. I can't remember the person. That this is from the film Mary Magdalene, by the way, which if you haven't seen, I really can't recommend. Is there any problem with it? Is that the actress who plays Mary Magdalene, as you can see, is whiter than sour cream, but she's really, really good in this role. And Joaquin Phoenix is Jesus in it. And anyway, I'm not trying to fanboy right now. I'm just saying it's actually really good. I think that's so that's what I guess some of the feminist theologians say. Yes, some women appear. The woman with no name appears. So I deleted the slide actually from that time. But there's a famous text by Elizabeth Schuster-Fiorenza, it's a feminist theologian, and the text is called "In Memory of Her." And there's a story not long before Jesus was executed, where he shows up in a house and a woman enters and starts and breaks a bottle of perfume and pours it over his feet or his head, which is gospel. And everybody in the room is like, what's going on here? Doesn't this guy know who this is? Or more commonly, that's a really expensive perfume. What, that we could have sold that and given money to the poor. And Jesus responds, at least according to the Gospels, leave her alone, she's doing a great thing for me, she's preparing me for my death, which is imminent. And wherever this story, meaning the Gospel, is told, what she did will be recorded or will be spoken in memory of her. Except we don't have her name. So how are we going to remember her? We remember the story about her. In fact, as Fiorenza points out, in that story, two people who betrayed Jesus appear and are named because they're both guys. So there's hence the frustration of feminist theologians. It says in memory of her, but we don't get the name. We get the name of the guys, Judas Iscariot, first time Peter, who actually betrayed. So a lot of the feminist theologians have, and particularly in the biblical scholars, have tried to reinsert where they can, in spaces where they can, the story of significant women. And Mary Magdalene is a good case in point, and I think the film makes this point really well, that she is such a significant figure that she couldn't be left out entirely of the story. But there's probably a lot more going on. And I'm not going down the Dan Brown rabbit hole. Look, if you like Dan Brown, I'm not it's no judgment here, at least not out loud. But I will say that the Da Vinci Code is one of two books that I actually have, I finished it, but I have actually thrown on the ground in frustration because it was so bad. Not that the stuff in there was shocking to me. It's so bad. Like it was badly written. It's terrible. Anyway, the other book, if you're interested, was The God Word, which is also terrible. Not because I disagree with his ideas, although I do. It's just badly written for the argument. Where was I? So I gave you a reading from Rosemary Radford Ruther, which is very unfair because I didn't give you enough time to read it. But if you have time, do have a look at it. Ruth is doing something else. So we were talking about reinserting women into the historical, into the biblical narrative, which is controversial. And I'm happy to see that. what Ruther was trying to do, and we lost her last year, so, is actually look at Christian history and do some of the same things and apply what she calls a spirit Christology, which doesn't require the transcendence of human sexuality. She's looking at, and this is a sect, very interesting sect, which appeared in America, called the Shakers, not the Holy Rollers, which is kind of the associated with Pentecostals, but the Shakers in New England expressed a strong criticism of male-stream Christianity, and understanding that only the emancipation of women in present societies was the fullness of God's image expressed in male and female. Express them, so it's terrible, terrible writing. So what you can't see here, because it's a bit blurry, but this is a Quaker gathering, and in the middle are the women, and the women are the ones who led the service. It was kind of an ecstatic manifestation kind of service, as you might associate with Quakers. I'll leave you to have it. So coming back to this word utopian, spirit Christology is utopian. So something that reflects the good place, but also the place that can't really exist in this world. So Christ is located in a new humanity that discloses the future potential of the redeemed, but the reality of Christ is not completed in part until he discloses the thing. But remember, we're starting to get blurry because liberation theologians, feminist theologians say this is the Jesus we need, historical Jesus. But now we're actually talking about the Christ who still exists according to faith communities and what that Christ is doing now. That sounds a lot more like this one. So such a Christology, word I haven't explained yet, but Christy might have, or she might not have. So Christology, again, got that ology word, study of, discourse about. And Christ, you may have heard that one before. It's not Jesus' name, by the way. So Christ is, the best way to translate it in modern terms would be chosen one, but it literally means anointed one. So in Hebrew, this word is closer to Messiah, which is often. So study of or discourse about Christ, so discourse about Jesus. So the problem, as Ruther sees it in taken to its extreme forms, is that eventually, and some feminist theologians, particularly someone like Mary Daly, have done this, rejecting Mary Daly didn't just reject Jesus' history, but in fact said that Christianity itself, and I'll get to this in the final session at the end of the year, that Christianity itself is irredeemably patriarchal and abandoned faith. The Shakers believe that there would need to be another revelation of God, and that would have to be female. So God had come, had been incarnate, been made flesh, literally come as a human being in the form of Jesus, but we need another one. We need a female. So his position is similar to that of liberation theologians. Return to the Christology from below, Jesus of history, synoptic gospels, that's Matthew and Luke, to really encounter Jesus of history. So Rosa Gomez Cross, Rosa Gomez was a missionary, teacher. So this cross reflects some of the things that she did. And she was murdered by government forces in El Salvador, which is where she was. So a lot of the liberation theologians, a lot of the people moving in this kind of area of social justice in very marginalised communities among women, but also in ethnic minorities, do so at significant risk to themselves. And I mentioned Oscar and Mary, who was assassinated. So some of these things are immensely troubling to people in power. Sorry, I'm confused everybody by standing over here, which means I'm talking about Christ and faith. I just wanted to get closer to Christ and talk about it. So feminist Christology emphasizes the liberating message of Jesus' history, a liberation meant for the present, not merely to be spiritualized, referring to an energetic paradise. That's really important, both for the liberation theologians, but also for feminist theologians. But the feminist theologians have been themselves criticised for representing mainly white middle class, particularly American, but also European women, leading to the emergence of womanist theology, Asian feminist theology, Christology. Forgive me for the butchering the word of Spanish, but talking about women of Latin America, particularly Christologies that are written and understood and theologized and done from those points of view. Why am I know who she is actually. Anyway. Who wrote? When your phone tells you, you will know who that is, because that is the author. And she is associated with womanist Alice Walker. Thank you.
Alice Walker.
Great book, great. All right. Look, I think we will stop coughing. Now, oh, no. Oh, that was terrible. Terrible pedagogy. Yes. Are there any questions? In fact, do you want to see why that was terrible? Because nobody's going to ask questions now. Please have fun.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's it, yeah. Yeah, I think years ago. It's very sad.
Yeah, good question. I think so maybe that would say that.
Just I've never seen it so long, and I literally and uncomfortable. Yeah, they're not. No. Yeah, it's like I can't watch it anymore. Yeah, honestly. She went he's older to someone. Yes. They just say that. And he was horrible. But they ran away in the I was born in 1995, but it's oh really? Yeah. I love just anything like that. Like I love it's awful, but I'm interested in kind of like that kind of yeah. Anything like that. I remember watching The Shawshank Redemption 16 twice. Really? I came home. Well, exciting to say that. So good. Yeah. Very full on. But older. Yeah. One of those who've been much over and over. Yeah, very. I know. What is it? Low vaccination. One.
Yeah,
Maybe
they're,
that time.
yeah, Wednesday, 26th of April.
Oh my. Crazy. I'm not all that. I'm just not going in. Forget about that.
Isn't that bad?
What day is it for?
That's the
Yeah,
Fridays
yeah.
then. Yeah, I think it's today before parents come for parents even.
Oh, you got-
Might crack on. I'm just going to jump over the next part of the notes. I want to leave you with this quote, given that we've been talking about historical Jesus. That's what I'm saying. Historical. That's Jones. Thank you for that. So this is something written in the original verse. The historical Jesus will be to our time a stranger, and study the life of Jesus has had a curious history. Set out in quest of the historical Jesus, believing that when it had found him, it could bring him straight into our own time as a teacher and savior. This is the guy we knew. It loosed the bands by which he'd been riveted for centuries to the stony rocks, not of Copernican, but ecclesiastical doctrine. In other words, the way the church has understood Jesus. It's the ecclesia in Greek word for gathering church. And rejoiced to see life and movement coming into the figure once more. The historical Jesus advanced and ascended to meet it. And that is, to be fair, a really important element if you ever do engage in some theological study, which you can do here. And there are a bunch of other places you can do that. One of the first things that you do as part of like a BA in theology or something like that is something equivalent to an Old Testament survey, New Testament survey, or introduction to the Old Testament, introduction to the New Testament, which is designed to make the world of the ancient world come alive. Because otherwise it can sort of seem like a very abstract place. We learn a lot of historical detail, a lot of critical detail about what the best we can do about what the ancient world is like. So that project of coming, bringing life to something which seems kind of very abstract is important. But he does not stay during the historical Jesus. He passes by our time and returns to his own. What surprised and dismayed the theology of the last 40 years, this was written in 1906, was that despite all forced and arbitrary interpretations, it could not keep him in our time. That's let him go. He returned to his own time, not owing to the application of any historical but saying the narrative says by which the great pendulum returns. So Schweizer's critique of the original quest, I think, applies today. And it's as much as to say there's very little in terms of modern historical standards that we can say for certain about what Jesus said and did. And so in a lot of ways, the Christ of faith remains primarily what we have, because that's the Christ, the Jesus that animates Gospels. That does not mean it's not an important task. And I pointed out, I think, why it remains important. Are there any questions? Okay, so I want to talk for our remaining time a little bit about Jesus and acts. Okay, so first of all, an image from, and hopefully you can see this from wherever you are, an image from from antiquity. So this is the healing. This is the healing of the paralytic. So this is a representation of the Bible story, where a group of friends bring a paralyzed man to Jesus, and they remove the roof of the house in order to get to Jesus' presence. Jesus' back doesn't come. But the best dating systems we have, I'm not talking about Bumble or there's systems for figuring out how to roll something. Suggests that this is from the 3rd century, so it's pretty early. So this is around about 253. So this is how Jesus is being represented in the 3rd century. And there's other stuff I could have shown you. For example, Jesus prior to the 3rd century is generally not represented at all. Why? Just a carpenter, that's good. So we pointed out the represent basically a handmade. Very hard. So you kind of staggered it out.
Wasn't allowed.
Okay, there's a little bit of that, yes. So it's not like, as you probably be aware, in Islam, you're not allowed to represent the prophet in art. Not quite the same thing, but certainly depictions of Jesus, particularly on the cross, which is how a lot of people who did know about Jesus, because that was the most famous thing that happened to Jesus when he was executed by the Romans, was for the things that I was talking about before, profoundly embarrassing to the early Christians. How do you have a saviour who died, and not just died, but in such a scandalous manner? So for the early Christian community, it took them a while to start representing Jesus at all, particularly because most of the depictions, so where there are depictions of Jesus on the cross, they're generally not by people of faith, but by people making fun of followers of the way. So there's an image I could show you, should have shown Roman graffiti with an image of a man cross, but he has the face of a, so the way that the Romans made fun of this sect. So yes, there's definitely elements of that. So this is one of the earliest pictures we have of Jesus, and with apologies to Leonardo da Vinci, we can see that kind of looks like he doesn't have it. Not that we can make out very much. Any other comments or questions?
Where was this one from?
Jura and Rivers. Amazing. It's in present day Syria. Let's jump forward 1,000 years. Let's make something a little bit different. So what have we got here? Yeah, sorry. Who's, who am I looking? Who are you looking? I'm saying a woman, let's call her Mary, yeah, that's fair. Else?
I think Jesus.
Jesus?
Shroud.
Yeah, so Jesus. What he's saying, as Jesus represented in as
Is it the crucifixion mark in his head? Or is it just like that hole from where? It's like a dent in his head. Yes.
Yeah. Allows a bit of scalp.
Yeah.
My explanation. So my, yeah, I think. It holds. Crucifixion. If you had to use one word to sum up Jesus' date, what would it be?
Broken.
Broken.
Sorrowful.
Sorrowful.
Coming from the female point of view, I guess.
Sorry, more than people on love. Sorry, Heather.
I think it's because I did think that the mics are down this end.
Ah.
It was only, and I was like, oh, maybe because
Christy.
yeah, Chris was here before.
Hopefully
Trying to work out where the camera was.
now. Please speak loudly for Peter. Yeah, he's dead, yeah. The first day he's dead.
Maybe it's Chris statue.
Who's been talking about Shawshank? Right.
Oh. Well, that was where you coffee guys. No, when we were talking about the colour purple, we were then discussing films.
Sorry, I could hear everything, but it was okay. Nothing inappropriate. Sorry, it just went a bit glitchy for a while, but I think it's back again now. Thank you.
Thanks for throwing us under the bus.
Someone's always listening.
So
It's in the quiz later.
okay. So reflective, I guess, of the status of Mary, theology coming into the Renaissance is not the sort of Renaissance period, but the significance of Mary in particularly that's what we now call Catholic theology and piety. Mary, I guess we can say, is significantly larger. And yeah, somebody said Jesus is broken. Yeah. Almost making very long. We think it's surprising, but not at all surprising.
I guess I'm looking at her hand.
Yeah, me too.
This side, So it's either I offer you, or what the hell do I have to do? You've taken,
Yeah.
taken the sun.
Yeah, I think that as well.
Yeah. You know, that you can take
Yeah.
that.
I see a strong divinity about it though.
Mm.
It's the halo and
Yeah, you're seeing a halo around Saturn area or Jesus. Yeah.
Resignation to
Mm. Mm.
I give you my son.
Mm.
So one more modern one. This is by a Filipino artist named Emmanuel Caravan. This is called Emmaus. Tell me what you see.
The Last Supper. I see the holes in the woman's head.
Yes, so who is the one?
Jesus.
Yes. So a little bit of background, starting to talk and then away with thoughts, which I will share. But the Emmaus story is from the end of the third gospel. And in that story, Jesus, post-resurrection, so having risen from the dead, counsels some of his former followers, and they don't recognize. So that's one of the some stuff that is trying to convey. So that's interesting, but yeah, thoughts, ideas, surprising, not surprising. Right.
what year was this? So painting him as a woman, being unrecognized as a considered by the society.
Painted in 2000.
Modern day pictures, the light bulb at the top, look like they're printing stuff is. Is there a straw? I can't see a straw coming out of the cup, or just a cutlery off the plate, maybe.
Have notes.
I think it's like quite a modern size and stuff.
Yes.
We're going into the symbolism of the red dress and the Jezebel
That's
thing and
going
the,
nuts.
and like, has this painting to me with the liberationists being kind of embraced by the LGBTIQ plus community for Jesus being depicted as a woman and
Hasn't been embraced. It's
for
a popular painting. It's not sure.
I like the contrast of the dark shadow in the corner. It's perhaps eavesdropping. Inspiring.
First I thought it was all of them laughing, but I don't think it'd be, I mean, now I'm looking at it as an accusing finger. There's like hands being thrown up in the air and it's a lot of hands and yeah, and that's, so I don't think it is love. Yeah. Yeah. Could be just that passionate conversation. You said, you did, you know, this.
I was thinking it was the moment of realization of who they were.
Yes, because that's what I was
Surprise.
But there is a moment where they realise, hang on. Nice, thank you.
I think it's also interesting that Jesus
is like, is actually looking at us.
Mm.
That
Yes.
the positioning of us is actually we're looking at that one, whereas the others are themselves. So it's like, look, yeah. No idea.
That's right.
Anybody that-
Just figured it out.
Last thoughts?
Isn't the whole red thing also meant to represent like, you know, a passing on to another world thing? I'm just thinking of The Sixth Sense. Was that a documentary? That they show, there's early on, they show a red door. Isn't that meant to indicate that he's passed over, which ends up being, sorry, spoiler, the story? I don't know, there's some representation of red in that as being afterlife or a passing through.
Yes, the red roof matches the dragon.
Maybe.
Right. Right. And the
And red is,
Right.
there's a couple of things there, so we heard about the Jezebel idea, I don't know about that. But yes, red is the colour. When the church wants to remember a martyr, everything's red. They died. But passing over, I don't remember the Sixth Sense. Okay. Well, that was everything you said was so much better than me. So, in our remaining time, to see if we can have a look at Jesus represented in film. So this is, so first of all, we'll show you a film with a kind of a model Jesus figure. Jesus of Montreal. It's made, as you can see there, in 1989. So too much. What? Your thoughts in that, that's really weird, that's.
I didn't hear the question. What did you say?
Yeah,
sorry?
what it was.
What it
was.
Oh,
Seen that Jesus at Perth Underground Station.
Does ask us to imagine what Jesus would be like. Carol him today, yeah. Knowing glances, side stares, eventually just like, yeah, God's not been there. We haven't received. You here today. In Perth Underground Station. Nearly everything that the character says there is taken from the so-called apocalypse, which is in Mark chapter 13. So he's actually saying, even though if you see the film, which it's worth doing, it's not an easy watch. It's a lot of this French films. It's Canadian, French Canadian. Yeah, he's not actually playing Jesus. It's a director. But at this stage, it's directing a film about Jesus. And the stage is really taking on Jesus' persona, as you can see. And acting.
There's a lot of imagery in it, so the ladies wearing blue. The ladies being the only one there at the end. A lot of people around watching the show. But then nobody there. It's, you know, there's all that imagery. See from.
That's right, he was abandoned by everybody else except them. Refuse of the society. Sick and mentally ill, or appears to be.
So it's like it's nothing's changed. That's what it felt like. Yeah, this happened then. You're showing it in 1989. It's not the same. How many people still hang around? No, I've got to get on the train, I've got to get to work, I've got to get home.
Is that the message though? Because he moves from person to person and gives them insight. And could they then not be travelling somewhere else to spread that word?
If you encountered him in Perth Underground Station, well, I'm not asking you to say out loud what happened, but something to think about. I may as well do it for myself because I would think this is a little bit scary. I don't know what to do here, but I don't think this person is Jesus. That would be that conclusion wouldn't get to my head. I'll be thinking this person needs help. And I wish somebody else would give it to me.
Yeah, security would probably pick it up on their cameras and come and take him, not necessarily to hand him over to the authorities, but to get whatever help. Yeah, they look like they needed help.
Going with that comment back, if you then can convince that this guy was somebody special, you might think, and what did he actually say? I should do something about that. He really was something.
I think the response was gendered as well. As a woman, I would not.
No.
Because like we talk about it in our house, walking down streets and stuff. As a woman, your response is very different to as a man, just from a fear perspective.
Yeah, those women that he not his friends the women with him, they didn't flinch.
Yeah, I was surprised.
Whereas I'd be like,
Right. I remember having hair. And if somebody grabs my hair, this is not okay.
Then they would have put form in the no, yeah, well, it's making hair jokes. I'll leave now.
Okay, so that's a difficult modern sort of depiction of Jesus. This is from a very famous, you probably may have heard of, much more well-known film, a little bit earlier, actually directed by Martin Scorsese. And as with all Martin Scorsese films, it's about half an hour, at least longer than this, but it's Jesus in this just spoilers, Jesus in this video I'm about to show you is willing to vote. So very white, blue eyes. But there's some interesting ideas. I don't think that's interesting as it's
Yeah.
little bit of context. Story was based on a book by Theology, but you can find out this detail. But the idea of the story is that Jesus is indeed marches on Jerusalem and is crucified, but at the last moment, God intervenes and brings him down from the cross, and he lives a normal life. Sorry for what's about to be spoilers, but you find out at the end that actually the whole thing is a dream, a fever dream, as he was on the cross dying. But he imagines himself living a normal life, having a wife, but marrying Mary Magdalene, probably Dan Brown's ultimate dream. And then marrying Mary, instead of having multiple wives, then marrying Mary with Martha, two other characters. Having children, and as he said, sorry about the sound, as he said, living his life, enjoying his life at this time. And then he encounters Paul, who's talking about him as if he died and resurrected. It's like, I know it's dying right here, but he never died. Paul's like, yeah, you are not who I need. I'm he who resurrected Jesus. You are a waste of my time. I don't need truth. I need something that's going to save you. So it's almost the opposite of what I've been talking about today. Anyway, so that's the context. Are there any thoughts?
The juxtaposition of the very white Jesus, the much more place-centric everyone else, with the dark hair, the dark skin, darker eyes, and then Jesus and his, I'm assuming that was his daughter then, with the blonde curly hair.
Yes, yeah. George's child, I can't remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It'll be like Paul, neither of these are Jesuses I want to prescribe to. Like they're both not what I need, or like, not the representations that we would start that one.
Yes, we need trust. Because the Christ in faith is Paul. Is the one that says yeah. Yep, Jesus is angry. Very angry. Yes, thank you. My Jesus is much more important, much more powerful, stronger, indeed. More powerful than the actual Jesus was saying. And that plays with some of the activities we talked about today. It's the difference between who is the Jesus? Is actually the Jesus that literally millions of Christians encounter every Sunday or even every day. That's a recent presence, or is the real Jesus this historic figure? Looks surprisingly white at this. Okay, so I do have another clip for you, but I think I'll conclude with that. There's a couple of reasons for that. First, the most important is we're out of time. Second is I am aware that possibly not everybody is really into opera. And bring my nose to it's famous opera is very sad. But have a look at that in your own time and see why I picked it, and who you think might be Jesus' figure in the story. And if the singing gets you, maybe just 10. Are there any questions? If there are any questions about the assignment, then Christy's your contact. Questions about technical stuff, we help you know. And we definitely share the slides are already available on Moodle. I'll get these links there as well. And so, any questions, comments, dictation? Diatribes. Thank you for your time. I know it's a long day,
That's fine.
Thank you.
Right.
Long drive. Take another one.
So,
You going back? Yeah.
Red pills, yeah. Yes, yes.
Thanks, Charlie.
Thanks for that. To the next one.
Drive up roll.
I think we're planning to go 3S and Zoom the other two.
Yeah.
There's one of them that's like right in the middle of